Hey there, folks. So good to see you. Welcome in. Hello, welcome in everyone. Insane cinematic intro. Welcome on in, Super Robi Bros, Tiny Devil Games, Robotech, Zaft, Karazest, Patrick, Rubik's, thank you. Now we can finally start. Oh, you got it, Patrick. You got it. 2D Fighter over on YouTube. It's going very well. How are you doing, sir? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Holy cow. Okay, we got two more hats. We got it. Okay. We're kicking it off straight out of the gate with the 5 hats. Okay. Oh. Okay, I gotta go get the 5th hat. I'll be right back. I saw this over by the door, and I'm taking it back. All right. There we go. Right out of the gate, all 5 hats. Here we go. All right. Welcome in, everyone. It is so great to have you here. Robotech, you got it. Oh. Oh, good night. Welcome on in, everyone. Hats. It never ends. It never, ever ends. Okay, hold on. Let me appropriately break my camera settings again. All right, I got this. Okay. We're gonna do this again. We're gonna reassemble it in a different order. We're gonna do Cthulhu first, and then the Toque. Honoring baby BB no dollar sign. Alright. There we go. And then this. But then we swap. We take this off. And we put on a dice tray. There we go. There's a cooldown. There's a cooldown on clear hats? On what? Hold on. What is there a cooldown on? I must check. Ah, there's Robotech. Thanks for clearing the hats. And the tug of war is over. Let's see. There shouldn't be a cooldown on clearing the hats. It's weird. Very weird. Okay. Rad. There we go. Robotech, I owe you. Thank you. Courtesy of Endo, good to see ya. Jack, hello. Welcome in. How's the jam going? Behind is how my jam submission is going. However, other people have been making frumptuous progress. We have 4 submissions, and they're like really cool already. We got all the way to the end of the day for the Gauntlet, so really exciting. That was 6K points, Robotech. You're also behind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut my scope dramatically. Spent a little too much time trying to figure out resources yesterday, which is weird because I've used resources in so many projects. You'd think I have some sort of a clue as to how they're doing. Not yesterday, sorry, Saturday. It's also rough doing a Gauntlet over the weekend because I don't work on Sundays, or at least I try my very hardest to do no work on Sundays. So it's like, okay, everyone got 3 days. I get 2. I'm a very inexperienced developer. I'm definitely biting off more scope than I should be. But that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, Robotech is one of the OGs on the channel. Robotech has been around forever. Great to have you, Robotech. How are your projects going, by the way, Robotech? I think the last time I was able to stop by in your stream, you'd kind of taken a break from your Pirate Software Jam entry and were kind of learning rigid bodies or Area 2Ds, I think. Learning Area 2Ds and figuring all those things out. Made a particle collectible encyclopedia in my game. Not quite cards, but... Scoping is super important for jams. Yep. And I let myself get too excited that like, oh, I think I can do this. I think I can prototype Moon Hollow. I'm going to do it. Without thinking about how do I pair back for the Gauntlet. Which is fine. That's fine. It's all learning experience. It's all growth. It's all good. Okay. So what we're trying to do here, as a reminder. By the way, desperate to hear how everyone's stuff is going. We have here is our grid of our character abilities. What I need to be able to do is click and drag a card onto this and place it on top of this grid. It should snap to the grid and replace these things. By the end of the stream on Saturday, we decided that is way too much to do because grid logic is hard and I don't got time for it. I've done it in the past, at least somewhat, but in a different engine and only once. So instead, we just made these unblockable tiles rigid bodies and we made the cards rigid bodies. And so now it's going to be this pseudo tabletop experience where you just kind of drag it on top and we're just going to check if it's on top of the grid or not, and if it's not on top of another card. And if that's the case, then it's cool. Otherwise, we're going to reset the position of the card. So, that's what we're working on right now. I need to get click and drag working. And I have done click and drag in Godot once before. Do not remember how to do it. I just remember setting like absolute positions is bad. For rigid bodies. So, once again, why there's not a native or very easy way to do click and drag in game engines most of the time blows my mind. It's really easy in Game Maker. Really easy because they don't have to worry about all the physics and everything because they don't do physics. Let's see. 2D Fighter. Just started my project yesterday. I've been doing art for the team project so far. Oh, that's awesome, 2D Fighter. I'm so glad you got to take a more shallow, I guess, role. A more specialized role for once. I'm really happy for that. Way to go. Robotech. Now learning how to make NPCs. You did the Jackie Co's jam. Okay. And figure out the next steps for the robot build. Okay. Gotcha. Wait, robot build? What are you doing with the robot build? Oh, that's right. I think that was the last thing I saw, was you were working on making dialogue or something, right? Hello, Mothman. Good to see ya. Madman in this card grid. So for the theme design, hear me out. I have randomness, but it's in my second dungeon, not my first, which is the one I'm working on. It's cool, and I can tell you what it is, so I should win the randomness thing. Hashtag I wish I was right. Oh, shoot. I thought it would be kind of fun to, like... And an interesting tutorialization, too, possibly, of start with rigid stuff, and then over time introduce more input randomness into the game, and then see kind of like how many balls you can juggle. That would be an interesting take on it. Building a 6-foot humanoid? Robotech! Wow! That's crazy! My goodness. Robotics is one of those skills that every now and again I get the wild urge to be like, I should learn how to do this. And then my brain says, no, Joe, you also want to learn how to do illustration. You also want to learn how to do development. You want to learn how to do business development. You want to do all these other things. You only have so many years. I was going to do a project I only wanted to draw, but I came up with a good idea I want to bring to life. It will be a comedy. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Well, that's great, 2D Fighter. I can't wait to see it. Just realized I broke the Gauntlet rule for assets with the FoxJam logo. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to say that's fine. No, Zap, you have to redraw the logo. No, that's just fine. That's just fine. But someone may genuinely have that concern and not bring it up. So I should probably, you know, gonna carry that forward and make sure that that gets declared somewhere. Oh my goodness. Definitely gonna take over the world. Robots are real life video games. Hilarious. Okay. So, what I'm scared of is if I say, right, if input.isAction just pressed, I guess we don't need to do that because we already have function unhandled input, right? But we need to have like a click and hold. So maybe we can do a left click, no, mouse click, no. Shoot. Oh dear. Is it just input maps? Is there not a... There's got to be a built-in for mouse buttons, right? Really? Do we have to set it up as an input map? Because that would be crazy. Huh. Just don't put ChatGPT in the robot. Have you seen the movie Upgrade? Just a small army for the zombie takeover. Zombies versus robots. That would be an interesting... I'd watch that movie. I would watch that movie. Left. Click. Down. Add. Mouse buttons. Left mouse button. Is there just a down? And an up? I guess maybe they don't do down or up. Ghetto for mouse down. Mouse and input coordinates. If event is input event mouse button. Input event mouse button. Okay. Yeah, Zaf, that menu transition did look great. That was really cool. It was very slick with the slide out and everything. You should do a tutorial on how you are doing your video setup. I would love to upgrade my boring channel. Oh, man. I feel very underqualified to do that, 2D Fighter. But I'd be more than happy to chat about what I have. It's not great. It's not great. But, I mean, to be fair, I guess it's come a long ways. You know, especially if you go back to those original streams back in November when... you know, I had myself in a little cropped out circle, vignetted, terrible lighting quality, terrible microphone quality. All the same equipment, by the way. So, I mean, that's fair. You can get a lot out of your equipment if you tune it in right and you set the environment up correctly. We have 3 different lights here to allow the camera to be a whole lot better. Every time you do a digital transformation of your camera, it lessens the quality. So getting a lot of lighting in so you don't have to do as many of those is important. We have this stuff over here that you can see that I'm kind of wiggling. This is a sound dampening blanket. It's like a really heavy moving blanket that we've put one up here and one behind the computer so it reduces the echoes really heavily. And that has helped the microphone be a whole lot more sound-y. Listen, I said I wasn't the best person to talk about this. Oh, Robotech. Nice. Hold on. Let me go check. Whoa. Look at that. You're like... Did you sculpt this? What the heck? Whoa. Even with, like, the moving eyes. Robo. Oh, it's 3D printed. Oh, that is incredible. Wow. That's crazy. What are you doing? Wow. Crazy. Yeah, no, Toady, don't worry about it. I'm so sorry you've got COVID. That's a major bummer. Thanks for being here. Thanks for signing up. It all helps. And I hope you're able to feel better. I'm so sorry. COVID is awful. It is no good. I hope it's at least one of the less severe strains. Hopefully you're vaccinated, so it's not going to hit you as hard. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. It's a bummer. In the middle of summer, too. Well, I guess summer where I'm at. My channel is boring. I have to play hype music to hype the people. Hey, that's not a have to. That's a... Well, I guess there's a have to. Everyone needs to play hype music. I am not familiar with a very successful stream that does not have music, at least as an intro, you know? I think Asmongold or something just chats and just calls people out on the internet for a few hours, and that's his normal stream, but most of them are, they got music. 3D printed. Yeah, I saw those lines. That's so cool. That is so cool, Robo. Did you do the printing yourself? And did you model it yourself? I have so many questions. Okay. So maybe this is enough. So here's what I'm worried about. Let's just try something out real quick. I'm worried if I say global position equals get global mouse position. Okay. Hold on. If event. Oh, event. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cancel. We're gonna do F6. Let's go to the actual card. There we go. The models are open source. Cool. Yeah, so... So first off, we need to change this from input event mouse to input event mouse button. That should fix this problem where it's constantly following us. Yeah, and it's like... It's not doing it on click and drag, and it's not doing it on clicking and dragging the object. So we need to maybe wrap this in another if, or add another condition, and mouse entered. Emitted when the mouse cursor enters the controls. Okay. See, like, I'm so worried this is gonna totally break things. Like, it'll say, yeah, you've entered. Yeah, it's a signal. You printed it yourself. Cool. Models are open source. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, Alex, good to see ya. Green node's position is top left. Blue node's is center. Yeah. That's a good point. Those should probably be consistent. I know there's a way to change the origin quickly and easily. And I can never remember how to do it. that's not gonna... I need to learn anchors, man. I need to figure out what... Like, sometimes I use them, they do exactly what I want them to do. And then other times, they do absolutely nothing or do things I do not expect them to. And I realize, oh shoot, I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, we'll manually set it. Oh, 1 second. Hello! Junior Dev is back! Alright. Meow, meow, or whatever they say. Whatever those things do. Okay, so... I'm trying to think, how do we get this on... Clicking on the object. And making it... So when you hover on the object and click, instead of just clicking anywhere, and then dragging. And I did this for the Jackie Codes jam. I did this. And it worked. It worked pretty darn well. It was a little jank, but it functioned. So... I think... Oh dear. What do I do here? My brain is breaking. My brain is completely breaking. I'm looking at the Godot documentation for mouse and input coordinates and stuff. Let's do input examples, mouse events, And we'll go ahead and access so you can all see what I'm seeing. Stem from the input event mouse. Event.pressed? Okay. Capturing mouse buttons is very similar to handling key events. Hi, are you wanting to figure this out too? Yeah. Drag and drop. Okay. If event is input event mouse button and event dot button index equals mouse button left, if event position minus the sprite 2D dot position dot length is less than the click radius, if not dragging, and they have the dragging flag, and event dot pressed, dragging equals true. If dragging and not event pressed, dragging equals false. If event is input event mouse motion and drag, I mean, heck, if this works good enough for Godot official, maybe it will work well enough for me. Imagine looking at documentation. I'm currently reading Unity documentation. There you go. Okay, so what, I mean, you know, what would happen if? What would happen if I just did this, right? We're gonna take all this, I'm gonna cut it out, and then I'm going to put this down here. They're doing it on an input event. I want to do it on an unhandled input event. If event is input event mouse button and event dot button index equals mouse button left. I don't know if this is a like predefined, like did they go in and put this in their input map or is this built into Godot? I don't know. Disqualified from the hey, I'm customizing it. I'm customizing it. If event dot position minus sprite 2D position dot length, and we don't want this, and this is the line that I don't understand. If event, so if the clicking's position and then minus the sprite 2D position dot length is less than the click radius. Like, this to me is saying that you could like click off of the sprite and it would still do, like there's it builds in a clicking padding. It's kind of what it sounds like it's saying. If not dragging, an event dot pressed, event dot pressed. What does dot pressed do? Can I not look you up? Dot pressed. No, that's not gonna work. Dot pressed? No. Son of a biscuit. Documentation. Documentation. Oh, snap, are we in ads? We are in ads. Shoot, I'll be right back. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Maybe able to get most of this done before tonight. It will hopefully be good enough. Very nice, Jack. I can't wait. Zaft, you sent over some documentation. How do you know how to get to here? Like, how do you know this is where you find what you want to find? I don't know. Is it just a ton of experience? Is it just you've been in here enough? You searched input event, but how do you know to search input event instead of like dot press or something? I guess event is an input event, but I don't know. Oh, should we get a passy? Where'd it go? Where's the pacifier? Yeah, it ran away. Where did that silly thing run off to? Sorry, I gotta go get the mute button. I'll be two shakes of a jiffy. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a jiffy. Can I come too? No. Good docs rub off on you after a while. Dot pressed is a property of some event, and input event is the parent of all events. From there, just pick the name that was likely to be right from the ones that inherit from input event. In this case, the mouse button event. The doc search is absolute garbage. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Thank you for walking me through your thought process there. That's helpful. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Dot pressed. So it's a bool. If true, the mouse button's state is pressed. Okay, so this is our dragging then. This is our holding down the click. That's great. Okay, cool. That is incredible. Tatas, hello, welcome in, Tatas. How are you doing today? Okay, that's rad. So there is a built-in way to do pressed, to do a click and hold. That's great, because in Game Maker, you do like, is it down, and then on you set something, and then on up, you remove that flag, right? This you can just do an event.pressed. Great, got it. So we're setting dragging to true. If dragging and not event pressed, dragging equals false. Okay. I want to keep this dragging flag around because I think it's going to be helpful. And I'm also realizing I think I could have done this in a much simpler way. I was really stuck on the idea of dragging stuff around because of the skeuomorphism of dragging the card around, you know, holding the card and putting it on the grid. I'm realizing I probably could have done a touch target, right? Where you click on the card and then it highlights squares you can put it on. And then you can click on one of those squares and it will put the card on top of that square. Could have done that. And I think that may have been a more robust and easier solution than a full drag and drop replacing things and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I think that would have been easier. Not necessarily than what we're doing right now, but it would be easier than doing the full thing. My project is an absolute mess. I only use a single script for the entire game. That sounds like efficiency, Jack. This is why I've come around to hard static typing. I also like casting to get the correct subtype because it unlocks the documentation and editor hints. Yeah, and that to me is like, I mean, I guess it's good practice, right? It's good practice to do your hard static typing. But also, I can't help but think that just sounds like a failure of the documentation, right? Like, I understand that it can only bring up so wide of stuff, but also feels like we should be able to figure something out. Drag and drop is about the hardest way of doing this I can imagine. I'm sad. My new video card just arrived and my PSU is too little for it. Oh, I forgot to check it. They didn't send a suitable cable for the card. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tatas. That's such a bummer. Efficiency over 300 lines in one file that manages both AI, player, and 5 buttons and quit menu. Yeah, Jack. Listen, what is the thing that computers take the longest time to load? It's extra files. If you condense everything down to one file, guaranteed, your game's going to run perfectly and incredibly quickly. I know this as someone who has never, coded a full game. I guarantee. I'm going to make a topic on Reddit about it. Don't at me. If it works, it works. Absolutely. Welcome on in, Solar Labyrinth. How's my favorite owl doing? Okay. Drag and drop is about the hardest way of doing this I can imagine. Yeah, see, this is the problem when you're working alone, is you get these preconceived notions in your head from biases that are built in, and you don't have anyone to check those biases, right? If I were working on a team and I would say, hey guys, this is how we're going to do it, someone would be like, well, why don't we just do this other way instead? And be like, oh, no, yeah, that'd be a lot easier. Oh, man. Oh, Car says bummer. Okay, so can I just do global position equals global mouse position? Right? Is that going to work? We go to sword now. Okay. No. So where is it breaking? Oh, we need to put this in dragging. Boop. Wait, no, what am I doing? Die. Let's just put this in the process. Func. Process. If. Dragging. That. Okay. Let's do some debugging here. Let's do print. Dragging. Let's see if we are getting dragging set appropriately. Okay, no. We are not setting dragging appropriately. We're not hitting here, right? Set a breakpoint, we can just double confirm that. Yeah. Okay. So why not? What's happening here? Oh dear. Doing well, should be finishing up the actual code for my Souls-like jam game today. Then it's a mad dash to make the art not terrible. Super exciting, Solar. Absolutely exciting. Okay, this is going to do it on mouse over. So we don't want that. Okay, so we have clicked. If event.position.length is less than click radius. Oh my god, you are so congested. That cold is kicking your butt. I am so sorry. Way to make the rest of us feel trash for not doing custom art. No, I think, Snowy, to your point, I think in development what I'm observing at least a lot of is we get really hung up in programming about best practices and what is relative to other things. And there's a huge space for just, does it work? And GDScript works. Yeah, it's got some quirks that maybe seasoned programmers won't like, and it may not be the best for building, like, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn, but that's not what it's supposed to do. Godot isn't supposed to build Horizon Zero Dawn. It's supposed to build indie games, right? GDScript does the job for that. That's okay. It's good enough. You know, no one goes into a gas station and says, ugh, this hot dog isn't a, you know, dry-aged New York strip char-broiled over the flames of poor people. Like, you know, it does a job. That's what it's supposed to do. So I didn't get to do as much of that this jam because that's really what I want to improve on right now. Nice, Solar. My main problem with GDScript is that for a beginner, learning a language that is not used anywhere else is a bummer. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Zaft. I mean, at least it shares a lot of stuff, right? It shares a lot of stuff with Python and all that sort of stuff, at least from what I understand. I never coded in Python. GDScript's main design focus is to not get in the way. There's already 100 other languages that do certain things perfectly. In my mind, GDScript just gets it done. Yeah, I think that's fair. Basically Python. That's what I've heard. So event.position.length. I guess I need to figure out what this line is actually doing. What is .length doing for us here? Let's go back to our docs. Let's look for position. Like, I have a decent idea of what position is going to be. Position. Mouse position. It's possible to ask the viewport. When the mouse mode is set to input.mouseMode captured, the event position value from event mouse motion is the center of the screen. Use event.relative instead of event.position and event.velocity to process mouse movement and position it. Whoa, okay. So let's go to input event. Let's just go to input event. And then, how do we dive in here? I'm trying to follow Zaft down the path here on my own. I presume .length is going to be the length from the event position to the origin of the screen. Whoa. I think the argument is that it's only used inside the engine. Java can be used anywhere, but GDScript can only be used inside the engine. Yeah, that's fair. Then use C# and Godot. Yeah, and we may move to that eventually, just to get like the more diverse coding experience. Welcome back, Robivers. Let's see here. How do I drill in past here? How do I get like input, event, mouse, button? Let's try that. So we get the pressed, but I need the position. Why is that not in here? Here we go. There's position. Had to go up one. When received in node.input or node.unhandled returns the mouse's position in the viewport. This node is in using the coordinate system of this viewport. Okay. So it is just the coordinate position. Returns the mouse's position in the viewport this node is in. What are viewports? Creates a different view into the screen or a sub-view inside another viewport. Child 2D nodes will display on it. Okay. I vaguely understand that. So then, what does length get us? Length. And like, why are we calling length on a position? Isn't that weird? I can't control click into position. Position itself doesn't give us anything. I'm a huge proponent of using a language that makes sense to you. Yeah, absolutely. And it all depends on like what your long-term goals are too. If you want to get into back-end server engineering, maybe don't use GDScript. Maybe, try something else, but unless you have a camera viewport as the window. Sure. Length of a vector is the distance to 0, 0. Is it relative to anything? Like if I say dot length inside of the card, is it going to go to the card's origin? Or is it going to be relative to the viewport? It's not a problem for, I know both, someone that programs a lot. Learning a new language is trivial. My point was that for a beginner, they're spending a huge amount of time learning ins, something hyper-specific. Yeah, I mean, that's very fair. It's very fair. And if you want to do more than just work in Godot, that's tough. What, you don't want a pacifier? You just want to talk? You want food? Yeah. Maybe? No? Maybe? Maybe? Okay. I want to back out. We've done too much done to stop. You know what, agent? There's a time and a place for everything. You've done too much to stop. I hear you. You feel free to barrel forward and get done what you want to. It's also worth evaluating, why do you want to back out? And is that something that is worth listening to? And if it is, submit what you've got. There's no shame in submitting a half-working game jam. Like, one of the early episodes of Great British Bake Show, one of the contestants kind of messed up their project, and it looked awful, and he threw it in the garbage. And he gave an empty plate to the judges because he said, I don't want to serve something that isn't perfect. And the judges tore him a new one and said, listen, we could have judged it on taste. We could have judged it on texture. It didn't have to be beautiful. Like, yeah, that would have been points against you, but putting something in front of us is infinitely better than nothing. And I think the same thing is true for game jams. Okay, this isn't what you wanted. Like, Captain Coder's jam. It wasn't anywhere close to what I wanted. But I submitted it anyways, and people had a decent time with it, at least according to the comments. That's worth it for me. That's a good thing. Don't hide what you've built because it's not as good as you were hoping it would be. I guess is my final point. Don't hide what you've built just because it doesn't measure up to what you wanted. Because other people may still find joy out of it, and you're depriving them of that joy. Not to mention, submitting something is a really good dopamine hit, and it's going to be more likely that you're going to want to keep on building cool stuff. Position is a vector 2. Okay, position is a vector 2. That makes sense. In other words, the scalar value of how long the vector is. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So is it relative to the viewport or to the object, right? To the node. This baby is going to develop AAA games when they're 6. Learning something new is a challenge for most. Learning to read the docs and understand them is crucial to being a successful developer no matter what language you use. It's true, which is why we should be investing significant time into documentation writing. That head is looking like it's cold, prodigal. Yeah, we're all out. Robotech was the hero coming in with 2 clear hats. It's a weird artifact of the fact that coordinates are transferred as vectors. Vectors have a length, but coordinates don't really have a concept of length. Sure. Okay. What a butchery. Great British Bake Show. Did I call it something else, Jack? It's the British baking show of great feats. Especially for a jam game, the time restrictions will never let you make something perfect, 100%. And that's by design, right? It's by design. It's why game jams exist. It's to give people an excuse to not make something perfect. For Captain Coder's jam, I made a minecart move on a track. There was no gameplay, just a minecart that you could control the speed of. Nice. You heard it here first. Joe wants to eat your games. I do. That would be a fun theme. Food as a theme? That'd be fun. You called it the Great British Bake Off. Great British Bake Show. I think there are some, translation things in different regions. Where, at one point it was called the Bake Off or something? Yeah. The Great British Bake Off is the same thing. It is the original name of the show, apparently. According to BBC. The greatbritishbakeoff.co.uk is the official website for it. So, There you go. Versus show. What is the difference? The same show with different names depending on the country. Bake Off was the original name of the show in the UK on BBC One. The Baking Show is the name of the show in US and Canada, where it airs on PBS and Netflix. There you go. Yeah, there you go, Jack. There you go. To answer your question, it should be the origin of its parent node, if you recall correctly. Okay, so if we put, like, 320 on this click radius. I'm gonna knock these breakpoints off. Hey, look at that! Invalid assignment of... because we're doing Sprite 2D deposition. No. We don't want Sprite 2D. We want Self. Hey, guy. Aww. You struggling. There we go. Look at that. But then it tends to not want to click again. Shoot. Hey, we're making progress, though. I'm wondering if we even want this click radius, to be honest. Wondering if we want the click radius. It seems like... Oh, my God. You're struggling. Okay. How much time left do we have till break? 5 minutes. We're going to run the break right now. It'll be a 5 extra minutes after the break without it. And I'm going to go take care of this guy. He's soiled himself. Every 3 items, you get 3 new random ones, and your final score is based on how many items you organize within the time limit. Oh, maybe it'll take 2 hours to submit whatever I get done in that time. I'm thinking a roguelike organization game where your client is randomly giving you the pieces to organize, and you have to organize it to make them happy. That sounds amazing, Prodigal. That's incredible. Here's a pragmatic teach how to fish solution. Just print the length. The number most likely will make it very clear to you what it is relative. Yeah, no, that's very fair. It's very fair, Zap. Very fair. Okay, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Thanks for your patience. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for your patience there. So I've done a bit of what Zaft was saying, and I made a new scene. Oh my God. Oh, and a dog opened the door. Hold on. You know, you make yourself sound a little bit hard, but I see that you are super sniffly. Let's try that for a little bit. 2 to 3 hours. So, we made this scene. I printed length. And you can see down below that what it is relative to the root. To the viewport, or rather. So, if I go over here, I can click and drag it. It is not being relative to the card. So, why is this being so hard? Netflix had to change its name due to licensing issues. They secured the airing rights, but not the naming rights. There's a whole thing where they had to do video compositing to scrub out all references to the original name, including the name printed on the transparent trophy. Captain Disillusion did a whole breakdown of it, but basically Pillsbury holds a U.S. trademark on the term bake-off. That's right, I remember hearing that. Yeah, they had to rename it. Holy cannoli. Yeah, see, that's outrageous. Who's gonna hear Great British Bake Off and think, what, Pillsbury is doing a competition? Like, come on. That's not gonna cause any confusion. My goodness. Yeah, Prodigal Son, that sounds like what I tend to submit for jams. Sounds like you're already on the right track. Out of curiosity, is the, no, it's not working. It's not rigid bodying. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Okay. So for some reason, they're seeing the same layers, but they're not colliding. I guess because they're... It's the time to do the click-click solution instead of dragging. That's kind of what I'm thinking about, Zaft. Yeah. Do we go to the click-click solution? The problem is, dragging is cool. Dragging is cool, and it feels really good. But it's also really freaking hard to build in Godot, which is a major bummer. I could have done this in like 20 seconds in Game Maker. Time to switch to Unity. So... how would we even do the click-click solution? The problem is the card has to take up 2 slots. So if I click on this and I swap out the node, it's going to put the card, like, here. Do it in Pygame. I believe for dragging to work with physics, the dragged object needs to be a character body and the other is a rigid body. Oh. Really? That's another weird, like, idiosyncrasy that you probably wouldn't ever be able to know. Specialized for characters moved by script. Like, there's nothing in there that would tell me, in this situation, do this. I mean, they can't say everything, right? But... yeah, nah. Rigid bodies don't really like being moved around and not by using force and impulse. Yeah, and I think that was the solution I did for Jackie Codes, which was applied force in the direction of the mouse. I think was what we did. Probably would be easier in Scratch. Make a cardboard game instead. Tiny Devil, that's what this was! This was a cardboard game! And it shows. Physics. All right. I guess we could do it where it replaces the node you click on and then the one 4 spaces below it. We talked about doing that the other day. And the one below it becomes an empty one. We could do that. We could do that. So instead of doing click and drag, we would do, what? It would be setting some sort of flag, like setting, set grid is true, right? Var set grid equals false, and then we would say, oops. This is the other thing. We still need to define that we're clicking on the card. Is selected? Yeah, that's fair. Sure. We just do selected. So if selected equals true, then swap out nodes. That's gonna be a little tough, I think. I don't know that I've done a node swap before. Are blood and guts allowed? Yeah, as long as it's like PG-13. Absolutely, 2D Fighter. What I did for my selection is make a signal in the card, and then in the parent script have a variable saying which card is currently selected. I mean, I guess we could do... I mean, we could make a hover. Once again, it's weird that there's no, like, hover system. Oh boy, that's really breaking. Okay. Mouse entered as a hover. Add a button. There is a hover. Well, you can have blood and guts in PG-13. Just depends on how much blood and guts, right? And how graphic it is. Trying to control mouse inputs with Node 2D. I'm not using a Node 2D. I'm using a control. It's a control. Mouse entered. But that's a signal, though. Right? There's not like a flag. I can't do like if mouse entered. Right? That's a signal. And the signal is only going to run once. I needed to check if mouse is entered when I click. You make your own flag. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, and I don't want to. The rigid body is a 2D node, but not... Add a button? No! It's not a button! We're not going to add a button! You can do on-mouse control? It's not a button. It's not a button. On mouse entered. It's a function. I'm not against buttons. I just want to use things when they're semantically appropriate. I don't want to hack it if I have any other option. If you're clicking on it, use a button. You click on lots of things that aren't buttons. Tons of things receive clicks that aren't buttons. So, okay, so, but, fool, here's the problem. If I have a function, then on mount, yeah, no, that's not doing it. By the way, Foolbox, how's the convention? Are you still there? Is it still going? On mouse, entered. Yeah, no, it's not doing it. Yeah, basically set your own flag. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. You're relaxing. Okay, good. Foolbox's solution is the same as a signal. That's what it was sounding like. You can't type because you're relaxing so hard. That's great. That's perfect. Have I played the original Final Fantasy VII? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely I have. Ugh. This feels really dumb. Like, that's what I was saying, is it's weird that there's not just a built-in on hover, right? It's weird that I have to do this signal and then set a flag and... that just feels like something that should already exist, right? So func, set hover. This is so dumb. Hover equals true. And then func, lose hover. Hovered. Like, this is so dumb. And then we do mouse entered dot connect to set hover. And then mouse exited dot connect lose hover. And then if all this, and then if hover, I know I could condense them. I know I could condense them, but if hovered, then selected equals true. Okay. Buttons are annoying to mask, but if you need to click a square, just use a button. No! If it needs to be a button, then sure, make it a button. All right, hold on. Let me catch up here. I'm planning on doing a post-mortem on stream this week. Awesome. Awesome, Foolbox. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see how it went. Okay. My goodness. My heavens. Okay. Make everything a button. Button gang is rising up. I just don't like reason. What do you mean? I'm not saying any reasons as to why this is a good thing. I see reasons why it's a functional thing, but functioning is different from, like, good. Everything, everywhere, all buttons. What I've done in the past is get the chords of the mouse and do a has point on the rect of the node. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, saying something is good does not make it good. I have yet to see a reason of, like, why this is semantically appropriate. Just gave me a good idea. The first button in history. It controls nothing. A button isn't just functional. It's the best way to do it. Jack, you're not giving me any reasons why it's the best way to do it. You're not giving me any reasons to overcome my problem, which is it's not semantically appropriate. Probably not a winner idea. Hey, no. Shaman. I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind. Yeah, this is the one. Come on, come on. Yep, it's this one. A game about doing nothing. 6,200 very positive reviews. This is the trailer. Someone spent $100 to put this on Steam. This is real. This is a real thing. You did something. You lost. You did nothing for 5 seconds. There you go. Ease of use. It's there, you can click on it. Wow. Yeah, but that's not overcoming my problem though, Jack. My problem is not it's easy to use and it works. My problem is it's not semantically correct. There's also the button on Steam. Yes, that's what I went searching for originally, but I couldn't find it. When is the sequel anything coming out? That's better than 99% of the games on Steam. Something is already out. Yeah, I thought I had seen that. What is a game but a series of buttons that you click? Well, that depends. Are we talking buttons in a UI or buttons on a controller or anything like that? If we're going like any button that you press on a controller or something, well, then we start saying, okay, what about VR, right? You're not pressing any buttons there. What do I mean semantically? I mean, this thing is not a button. This card is not a button. It does not perform the function of a button. It exhibits like behaviors that share a lot of things with buttons, like it can be clicked, but that does not make it a button. At least it's not yet another asset flip. Joke's on you. That font was pre-used. So it's like on the web, right? You don't use a different header because it has the style that you want. You use a header that matches the information architecture. That's what I'm going for. Like, you don't use an H3 for an H1 because it looks right. You change the H1 to look right. It doesn't have to be a button, but it can have a button kid. You can give it a button child node. On the web, yes, this is not the web. I know, and it's super dumb, Zaft. But, like, doesn't that make sense, though? Isn't that a reasonable axiom to carry across all programming? Use things that are semantically correct? Doesn't that, like, shouldn't that be a universal constant? You shouldn't make a game semantically, else your collider would be the same as the shape, instead of just a circle. Not following, Foolbox. The card isn't a button, but has button things, so give it button things by giving it a button. I mean, I understand your point, Jack. I understand your point. I understand. It's deeply frustrating, though. I don't want a button. I don't want a button. We may have to do that, but I don't want it. I want to explore other options if we can. I feel Jack just, like, keyboard slamming his head over and over again. Oh, it's not an actually thing. Jack, you're the one that's constantly yelling at me for better programming best practices. Come on. Posted in your Discord my code snippet. Let's take a look here. Mouse event as an event, as input event mouse button. If mouse event is released and mouse event button index equals mouse button left and get global rect dot has point event as input event mouse dot global position selected equals true on clicked dot emit. Yes, this is one of those cases. I'm just saying making games is a lot of smoke and mirror. The player doesn't care if it's a button or not. It's the result that's important. I mean, a player doesn't... A visitor to a website doesn't necessarily care if an H1 is an H1 or not, right? It's about... I mean, I guess that's a lot of that is also like for screen readers and everything, which you don't have in games, and I guess that's a fair point, but... Solar. This wasn't for Dragon, but it wouldn't take much to change. Okay. Come here. Yeah, are you having a tough time? You having a tough old time? Making the game is a lot of smoke and mirror. It's, yeah, there's such a big difference in axioms, I guess, between web and oh my god, between web and game dev. I mean, it is next jam theme button. Oh, incredible. It's just, I don't know. It feels like there should be universal principles that apply across development. And the more I'm doing this, the more it's seeming that that's not the case, and it's wildly frustrating. Super annoying. Get global rect gets the rect2d of a control node with global coordinates, and you can call a has point on a rect2d, pass an event.global position, and it'll tell you if the control node is under the mouse. That's such a weird workaround, though. So, like, I hear you, and that sounds really technically cool, but then, like, why is it so hard to do something so simple? Game dev is more like making a movie. It's about everything that happens out of frame. To me, game dev is more like making a movie. It's about everything that happens out of frame. Game development is very dirty. There are formal structures in many domains, but game dev still is a nascent area. Man. So weird. So weird. And like, every different discipline has their own weird stuff about it, right? Like, game dev has a lot more robust tooling compared to the web, right? Web is this bizarre, like, we are chaining together hack after hack after hack, and now it's called TypeScript. It's wild, wild west. Game dev is so much more advanced in their tooling, but then there's this, like, bizarre, like, I don't know, do whatever works. Standards don't exist, except for all the standards that exist. Don't cross those. Remember in Half-Life, the train is just a guy running with the terrain mounted on top of him? That's hilarious, Shaman. I love it. Hi, big smiles, yeah. I didn't know that. That's incredible. Just below the ground so you don't see the body. That's incredible. Hey, guy. Oh, you guys are wearing me down. You're wearing me down. Tooling is more advanced. Coming from normal programming, game dev feels like caveman level tooling. Coming from normal programming, game dev. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, if you're doing, yeah, and I have no experience with, like, C++. I mean, that's not true. I have experience with C++. I don't have experience building full apps in C++, right? So I can't speak towards that sort of a thing. One might even say game dev is primordial. Oh, shoot. Like, the fact that you can debug so easily in game dev compared to web is crazy. And guess what I'm not having to do in Godot? I'm not having to, like, npm install a whole bunch of random libraries just to get something that can start to provide an IDE. That's more advanced than the web, right? The web is weird. It is this bizarre scaffolding. Web dev is super fragmented. Yeah. Debug in game dev? What is that? Visual previews for UIs and signals and things is really nice compared to web. Yeah, absolutely. Dinosaurs didn't have Godot, and look where they are. See? Duct tape coming out with the real logic. Dinosaurs didn't have Godot. Do you want to be like the dinosaurs? This man has lost... Are you kidding, Zaft? Zaft, come on. You can't argue with me that web technologies are more cohesive and well put together and more stable in their technology than game dev is. There's no way. The browser I use to dev a site is the only browser my website supports. Oh man, that was such a great day when IE didn't have to get supported anymore. They're more cohesive, that's my point. No, they're not, but in order to get your editor up and running in web, you have to install 18 different random packages that you just have to know to install. There's no way. No, I so disagree, Zap. Such a great day, the world rejoiced. Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm fascinated, Zapped. What's your standpoint for that? Of web technologies are more cohesive. I can't just like open a web IDE like I can in Godot and start coding. Like that doesn't work. I have to do all these weird workarounds and assemble things together, and it's not even like its own thing. It's just getting rewritten back into JavaScript. Like it's bizarre. This is such a big disagreement that I'm like, there's a huge chasm here. I feel like I don't have information to understand this, so I'm very curious. Also, we may be in ads. Yes, we're starting ads soon. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. What have you all been up to? I think the modern web ball of goop is bad. My idea of web is pure JavaScript, HTML, and CSS like God intended. Yeah, okay. I can definitely see that argument way more. 100%. I'm talking about like React, all these frameworks and everything that are just wild hacks. I mean, it's bubblegum and duct tape as far as the eye can see. But I can definitely understand that. I think that would be an interesting discussion because then you still have those 3 different languages and they're interacting in kind of weird ways. But you have really good separation of concerns. It's pretty robust. You know, I think that's fair. Pure web is just HTML. Changed my mind. It's actually in a guy in a train hat. Wow, yeah, look at that. Fallout 3, that's crazy. It's crazy that it was as recent as Fallout 3. Wow. Joe needs one of those as a point redeem. Hey, Blades, good to see ya. You have an issue with duct tape? Oh, man. Duct tape DevOps. I have a problem with duct tape. And that's what is used in the web. Duct tape, totally fine. Duct tape. We're going to have to throw words. When's the critique session? We put that in Discord. It's pinned. It will be happening on the 9th. So the day after tomorrow. It's going to happen tomorrow between 3 and 5 Eastern. I get that you feel like there should be a bespoke property that tells you if a control node is being hovered, but why do you think my solution is convoluted? It's just a lot. It's basically that it's not a bespoke property that tells you if a control node is being hovered. Like, there's just so many things you have to check, and it breaks my brain a little bit. I don't think it's convoluted in comparison to other hovering checks, if that's what you're asking. I just think that having to do that is super weird. Had about 15 years of happiness with the web before the crazy framework and TypeScript people came along. To be clear, as per my name, I completely agree that the cloud is entirely duct tape. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just weird how different programming environments have... I mean, they're different worlds. They're not different environments, they're different worlds. With completely unique axioms, assumptions, behaviors. I mean, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. I was hoping to get mine in, but I don't know if I'll have time tonight to get a web build and everything. That's understandable, Blades. But you can submit to a critique session without a web build. You can do a critique session with just the GDD, or even a little bit less. You know. The critique session, the earlier you bring it into critique, the better. It's a little bummer we've had to push it out so far for this one. So, okay. Should we do some game dev? Can I ask, why do you care about hover instead of just click? Because we need to know what is getting clicked. That's why. Because clicking is just an event, and if we're just looking at events, then everything that is looking for that event will just glomp onto it, right? So we have to know what we're clicking on, right? Is there a way to determine that without determining, like, hovered? You do have a GDD where you submit that? My game is going to be in such poor shape for the critique. That's great. That's exactly what you want in a critique. Where do you submit it, for the critique? Or for the submission? The submission, you just include it in your zip file. Or just upload it as a file on Edge. For the critique, it just, you know, however you get your prototype to me. If you have a prototype or whatever, any file you need to get to me, just get it to me however you want. You can do it through Twitch DM, through Discord, whatever. Post it on Share Your Work. Post it in the Game Jam channel. Send it to me as a DM. Whatever works. Can I submit multiple critique requests for different projects? As long as they're all going to be submitted to the jam? Yeah, absolutely. In theory, unhandled input on a node should only fire for the node if you clicked on it. So, the way we had it before, Zaft, it was... Oh, okay, so the problem is... everything was sharing this script. And so everything was glomping onto that. But maybe this is a case for making it unique? Is that maybe the problem? Unique. Okay. Never mind. But yeah, it was grabbing all of the card, all the things that had this script. So it was grabbing this card, and then all of these other little sword things were all glomping on. Zaf made me realize if you have the control not past the mouse events, the node that registered the click should be the node that you're hovering over. I don't know what to tell you. Where have I gone wrong? Because that was not being the case. Like if we, if we just do this, and then do global position equals, or mouse, or self dot position. Self dot position equals event dot position. Right? And then we hit run. Oh dear. What are we? Oh. Alright. Try this again. See? It just grabs all of them. So, like, clearly that's not what's happening. I don't know why. I probably configured something incorrectly. I have a basic prototype that I would like to submit for critique along with the GDD. Unfortunately, I have 4 hours or so tonight to do it. Sure. Yeah, I mean, whatever you get in, Blades, is totally fine. Once again, the biggest thing with critiques is the earlier in the process you get critiques, the better it is. So, don't worry about it. It might be because the parent panel dimensions are the whole screen instead of being just around the card. The parent panel dimensions. For the sword? No, that's just for the card. Are you sure you're not trying to move a parent? Because you don't need to ever make scripts unique. They are automatically. You only need to make resources unique. So this script, this move, clicking and dragging is on the parent of the card. Try getting rid of unhandled. I thought I was supposed to use unhandled by default. Yeah, it's still doing this. Okay, I'm confused with this whole thing. Why is the word input used in 8 different places that seemingly do very similar things? Input keeps info about pressed keys and other things. It's good to process several keys at once in process or whatever. The input method is called on any event, e.g. when some key is pressed or released. It's not like the previous one and is being event-oriented, useful when you need to know if something changed. Input event is a base class that helps you to figure out what kind of event happened. Mouse, touch, keyboard. Input event method is being called for control nodes. Specifically, unhandled input is called, the method is called if an event happens but not a single function from the list above is implemented and nobody handled the event. Okay. For sure get the GDD submitted. That's great, Blades. That's awesome. Really proud of your GDD. I saw that today, Tiny Devil. It got me laughing. All right, best of luck, Blades. 1 second. All right, junior dev is gone. Time to actually get some work done. I hear so many different things from different people. This is the danger of both the danger and the joy and benefit of streaming learning development. Okay. Make sure mouse is set to stop. We're still here. No way you get work done. And when you say mouse is set to stop, you mean on the card, right? Like you say mouse stop, right? And then this mouse is also set to stop. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, it's still doing this. That might be a bug. I'm really good at breaking Godot. Very good at breaking Godot. That's not supposed to happen. And once again, I mean, this is a parent script that all of these cards are using. Right? So, for what it's worth, that shouldn't matter. It tends to matter a lot for me. I don't know why. Yeah, there's no make unique in here. Each node gets its own instance of the script. Yeah, and it's not, I mean, so it is referencing this resource, but this resource does not have anything related to positioning or anything, right? It's just the name and the art and stuff, so it shouldn't be a problem. Make unique is for resources, not scripts. I had to do it for other stuff than resources. I had to do it for things before I knew what a resource was. I know that's true. So maybe I was using a resource and not knowing it. Maybe I was leveraging some sort of built-in Godot functionality that was a resource, and then it did that. I don't know. That happens a lot. Okay. For resource, you normally .duplicate if you want to have it be unique in a script or something. Okay. I don't know what .duplicate does. Sounds cool, though. Sounds rad. Godot likes to not tell you you're using a resource, a minor gripe. Fair. Fair, fair. Okay. Does exactly what you think. But also, I'm assuming with other things, because I would not assume .duplicate would make something unique. And I know there's a lot of weird, like, connection rules when it comes to duplicating things in Godot. Like, duplicating will maintain stuff that you may not necessarily want maintained. Or at least I had that experience a while back, and I don't remember why. I don't remember exactly what the problem was, other than it was, oh shoot, now that I've duplicated it, now I need to like deconnect some things that I don't want connected. So it may not be at all what I'm discussing. So here's the thing. We have this parent script. It is being used on a bunch of different nodes. The script should be getting made unique. Everything should be getting a unique instance of it. Like, what happens if I say, in ready, print name self. Let's just do that. Are we going to get unique things? Oops, not card parent. Sure. No. It's not even touching that line of code. That's weird. A resource, for a resource, if copies it, it copies it, I'm assuming. For a resource, it copies it, but since resources are often used as data for your objects, then it makes them unique. Else you change one and all your objects will change. Right, yeah, I run into that all the time. Are you overwriting it by an inherited class? Don't know. We're not hitting this ready at all. That's weird. But we do hit this function. Like, it's hit. So it's not like the script isn't loading, but we're not doing ready at all. Weird. Does anything extend card parent? Yes. The cards themselves extend card parent. Oh, and we're not supering. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Snowies. Thanks. Yep. Yep, there you go. So I have to do it as a function? There we go. Ah, okay. Let's just get rid of that for a hot sec. Okay. So we're still doing everything. The sword is outputting itself. Okay. But then these guys aren't. Which is weird. Why is that not happening? Snowies is super smart. It's true. Yeah, it's only happening once. I mean, this is kind of sideways, but it feels like it's going to be important to figure out, why is this not happening in our... in this one? Why is it working for the sword, but not for this one? This is running just the raw parent script. There's no extra script attached to this. So... what's going on there? Try detaching and reattaching the script. Oops, don't make a new. Attach. Okay. Can I do... like, drag and drop it? Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, still nothing. That's a chunky scene name. Oh, single grid slot ability parent? Yes, you're right. From the attached dialog, once you pick an existing script name, it becomes load and not create new. Oh, gotcha. So I could have clicked that button up there and gone through with it. Got it. Appreciate that, Snowies. What am I trying to do now? Well, we're printing out the... We're trying to figure out why are we not getting unique events for each object? Every node is... like, when we click on something, for example here, right? We click here. Every card is registering the click event instead of just the one it's supposed to be. So, I mean, we have input... But like once again, we're just checking if left is being clicked. Not what is it that we're... Hey, Ameripon, good to see ya! I mean, we're not... This is why I wanted the hovered thing, is to be able to say, this is the thing that we're actually clicking on. Lurkin Durkin. There you go. Thanks for hanging out, Ameripon. You can guess what I would say? Turn it into a button? Yeah, because this is weird. I mean, just... No, it's not weird. It's not weird because we're just saying on mouse left, change your position to mouse left. You know? Alright. I cave. This is dumb. I don't like it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to change this to clicked. Then we're going to say on pressed, pick. Ugh. Right now, the issue isn't the click code, it's why all the nodes aren't registering themselves. Once we fix that, I think the click behavior will be fixed. How is it not the code, though, Snowies? Like, we're not checking what we're clicking on ever. We're just checking if there is a left click event, right? If event is input about mouse button and event dot button index is mouse button left, there's nothing about the node. Unless input is specifically you have clicked on the mouse, or clicked on the node, which I don't think it is, right? Just add a button child? Why add a button child? Why not change it to be a button? So sad that only web builds are allowed since making shaders is pretty limited for web builds. It's true, Alex. It's true. We just don't have the ability to deal with non-web build stuff, frankly. That's all it is. If I had the resources to set up, you know, spare machines and be able to stream from them and everything, it would be a different story, but we're just not there right now. Input is all inputs. I wanted to get a VHS camera effect implement, but it looks like garbage and export to one. That's a bummer, Alex. Sorry to hear that. The main node, it doesn't have to be a button. You can, but you're going to have to edit your code even more now. Kind of ruins the whole atmosphere for the game we're making. That's a bummer, Alex. I'm sorry. I mean... Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. Good to see ya. Just as a brainstorm, could you add a scanline image that gets overlaid on top, and then you manipulate that with some simple vertex shaders or something? I don't know. I don't really know what you're trying to do, but rooting for you. Yeah, no, Snowies, I don't like it either. It's really not just scan lines, it's subtle distortion, RGB desync, gotcha. It sounds really cool. I mean, you could have a web build, and then you could have a downloadable build attached to it, as long as there is a web build that can be played. You know, if you want that integrity of this is the experience. You could say, hey, this is the web build, but the downloaded build is the more true to what we're trying to accomplish. I can't guarantee that would get judged, but, you know, if that's important to you to have that out there, then yeah, sure. How is this better than my original solution? I don't have to figure out all the other stuff with it. Not trying to be snooty or anything. I realize how that question sounded. Because it's already working. That's why it's what I'm probably going to go with. Because I don't have to figure out why are these things not propagating correctly, what's all going on here. It's just working. And I don't like it. It feels janky to me. But, you know, it's a jam. Make a big disclaimer. Yeah, I mean, it's extra work for you, but if it's worth it to you... Meant the snippet I sent you? Because I don't like it. And it's nothing to do with the quality of the code. It's that it feels bad to me that you have to do that to do something so simple, and my brain won't accept it. That's really all it is, Snowies. That's what it is. It's totally just, this shouldn't be that hard. I'm going to ignore that it exists. Nothing related to the quality of what you sent over. Nothing at all. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and change our buttons theme here, and we're just going to turn it invisible. New theme. And, oh man, I hate styling buttons in Godot. It's so frustrating. There we go. We've made it invisible. Oh, it's still on hover, though. Shoot. And focus. Ugh. Alright, whatever. We're in ads. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Oh. Okay. I totally get that. Well, I'm a code monkey at heart, so I love the finicky solutions that are clever. But I totally get the pushback that you want a solution that just works. Yeah, I don't know. There's, like, it's a moral point for me, you know? Like, it shouldn't have to be this hard. So I'm not gonna do it. Hey, Than! Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we can, Iger, you got, in fact, this is empty. Let me go fill this up real quick. Cheers, Mothman. Thank you. Okay. We're not going to do the self-dot position. Here. We've just verified that it's working. Great. I always redeem it when it's empty. No, it's because I go through a ton of water while I'm doing this. No worries. Don't worry about the interruption at all. I needed to refill it. Okay. So we're going to say now, selected equals true. Ooh. Can you set the button .self-modulate to be fully transparent so there isn't that gray square when you click the button? Probably. Yeah, just, once again, that's another weird hack thing. Like, shouldn't I just be able to change some theme settings? And you can, it's just... It'll just take a little more time. Okay, alright. We're getting a ton of errors here. What? Why are we calling this? Oh, because we're clicking on it? Yeah. That's right. I did make that happen. Okay. The complexity that you like from Godot with the pre-built stuff is now the complexity you don't like because it gets in the way. I'm not sure I follow, Tiny Devil. I don't think this is complexity getting in the way. I think this is not having things built out. Whereas Game Maker does have click events very natively built into it, which is why this would be a lot easier to build in Game Maker. Gotta make pixel art. Wish me luck for this difficult endeavor. I believe in you, Jack. I believe in you. Are you doing it in the thing that you built all that time ago, too? Are you building in your own pixel art engine? Okay. So now that we have this set to true, we need to now we need to, like, emit a signal, right? I'm going to do if clicked, or if selected, then selected equals false. Print selected, and then we'll return. Print deselected. I need a program that actually works. Hey, it works. You made the fez in that, right? That thing's a part of channel history at this point. I'm thinking about it. I think the event propagation is only based about the node tree. You can't prevent siblings from registering an event. Only nodes further up the chain from you. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Making anything in that piece of junk is difficult. I think it's about doing get viewport.set input as handled. Oh boy. So tedious and not worth 3 hours to copy a picture off of Google. Sure, no, that's totally fair. Totally fair. Okay. How do you make sure you're the first one to register the input? Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of weird stuff about this that feels like it shouldn't have to be. I have to get my own colors each time, and using the fill tool crashes it for like 30 seconds. Oh, shoot. Okay. So now we're setting this flag. The flag is set. Hooray. We need to now, if we go to our card parent here, we're going to go to groups. We're going to make this a global group. Add a new global group. This will be for cards. It'll be global. Group for, it's just redundant. Okay, cards. Done. Okay. And then on this one, we need to make... No, we don't need a group for you. Never mind. Okay. What I know about mouse input is same order as draw order, so stuff on top is hit first and block stuff underneath. As long as you have, like, the mouse set to, like, stop, right? Instead of ignore or something. I think the intended way is to put an area 2D with the pickable flag over your node and let it handle this case. It has a method that for sure only triggers on itself. Exactly what I'm saying. You can't prevent other siblings from registering inputs, especially if they were drawn after you. Weird. Like, clicking and dragging is something we do in games all the flippin' time. Why is it so hard in Godot? It takes 20 seconds in Game Maker. Like, I genuinely think Moon Hollow would be a billion times easier to make in Game Maker. I really, truly think that. For a lot of reasons. Siblings can, though, because if a pair of button siblings are on top of each other, then the top one will deny input to the other. Interesting. Like, Rescue was 100% easier to make in Godot. Moon Hollow, billion times easier to make in Game Maker. Because programmers don't like clicking and dragging, and programmers write open source. Why do programmers not like clicking and dragging? Because it's difficult? But, like, that's every inventory system, right? Is clicking and dragging something onto a space and making it take up that space. Not always, but 90% of times. That's true. You do select an item in Dark Souls and select equip. It's true. Blame Minecraft for that? Blame Minecraft for what? Like, I mean, every Diablo game has click and drag everything. And like, clicking and dragging in an inventory is standard. It's like Dark Souls is the exception that proves the rule, right? I hate any games that make me drag. You hate the action of dragging? Wow. Interesting. It only works one way down the tree. If you're the first sibling drawn, you can't deny other siblings. Instead of shift click or some other shortcut, but what if you don't know what it is it's trying to get to, you know? Most games have a quick alternative. Only for certain actions, though. You guys are assuming that there's a specific place for this thing to go. Like, that works for a sword. But what if you're moving that sword in your inventory and you're readjusting your inventory? There's no way to, like, have a shortcut for that, right? Now, you can argue that there's, like, quick sorts. But once again, that doesn't mean that clicking and dragging is not valid functionality that people use and is frequently built. Ah, zapped. Inventory Tetris isn't really a thing anymore. Inventory Tetris may not be in Diablo. I mean, it certainly is in Backpack Hero and Backpack Battles. Like, why are we arguing that clicking and dragging is not a normal thing? Clicking and dragging is a very normal thing that many games employ. It's an homage to old games. No, it's not. I mean, sure, it came from old games, but that doesn't mean that it's not a modern thing that has captured a new audience, right? And that has a whole, you know, series of fans. I'm with Joe on this one. Mouse movements always will be more flexible than other control schemes. And I'm not even talking about flexibility or anything. I'm just saying this is a common thing. Why is there no pre-built support for it? You know? That's my main argument, is I can understand it's a pain to build, but so is any of the other pre-built stuff that exists, right? So why doesn't this have a pre-built thing? I think in general he's right that there's almost always a quicker way to move things around than clicking and dragging. But once again, that's assuming certain relationships that don't necessarily exist. Clicking and dragging is a standard action that should be supported by an engine. There we go. All right. Someone agrees with me. I can move on. Card games tend to have click and drag. Yeah, duct tape, absolutely. Slay the Spire? Absolutely. It's in a lot of UI systems. Yeah. This is just a really weird blind spot for Godot. And the reason I'm talking about it so much, is because it is so weird. Because Godot does so many other things that are really cool, but then there's this really basic thing that just does not exist, and it's bizarre. It's like this really cool package, except for this tiny little hole. Weird. Slay the Spire does not Saft. Get out of here. How many people play Slay the Spire using a keyboard? It's the power users. They're like 5% of the audience. Oh my gosh. Just ask Megacrit how they're implementing click and drag in Godot for... Yeah, there you go. We'll just get Megacrit in here. Unpacking wouldn't exist without it. True. I think it's because Godot devs are probably closer to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. Backpack Hero is absolutely a riff on old RPGs. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's like an invalid thing, right? That's not saying, oh, it's mimicking an old school version of input control as if to say that it is irrelevant, right? That was my point. It's not that it's 100% going back to Diablo 1, Diablo 2 and you know, making inventory Tetris a thing. But I don't think that makes that point irrelevant, that it is a commonly held piece of interaction. I use 50-50 for Slay the Spire. I only keyboard the first 5 cards in my hand because I can reach over to the later numbers. There you go. See, Jack, and you're totally a power user. I think that's a really hard generalization to make. There are a lot of contributors to the project. But I think his main point is that games have largely turned away from that, and I think that's accurate. I could see an argument for AAA games, because largely they're going to be on consoles as well. And click and drag sucks on a console. Can't really do that. So in that sense, I can agree. I don't think it's fair to say click and drag like just is not a common pattern, though. I think it's a very common pattern. I play Slay the Spire on the phone. Definitely clicking and dragging. And that's the thing, right? Yeah, like, consoles, very bad for click and drag. Phone, click and drag is like the most organic thing you can do aside from just clicking. So, it is definitely going to depend on your medium that you're building for. How do I feel about freeware animation? For the Gauntlet, basically the rule we're saying is anything that you use has to be altered enough that it is essentially your own creation, right? So that's why sound fonts can be used. So people can throw down different notes, and that works fine. So if you're getting an open source animation, and then you're modifying it, and it's effectively your own animation, totally fine. If you're just bringing something in and using it, that's not going to work for the Gauntlet. Totally fine for the casual track, 100%. Dragging also is a danger to your health. Stacklands destroyed my wrist. You know what destroyed my wrist? Hades. Yeah. Hades blew out my wrist. I think you guys are really focused on inventory sorting to be the only use for dragging functionality. There are a lot of other use cases for click and drag. 100%. Reordering windows, moving stuff around, yeah. Clicking and dragging on phones is the worst. You've got no accuracy with your finger? What? Man, that's the entire premise behind Fruit Ninja. What are you talking about? I mean, yeah, you're not going to get super tiny pixel perfect, but your touch targets for a phone should be yay big anyways, right? It shouldn't matter that much. As a web developer, clicking and dragging is the best input method for mobile. You just need large input targets. Yeah, large input targets. Exactly. Okay, I have sufficiently enraged chat. I should go build a game. Oh my gosh. I need to have something that I can submit. Come on. Okay. So in the grid, here's our grid. Ads message needs to be changed. You can make games unless it involves drag and drop. Oh, man. Okay. So, we need to be checking, and I'm going to do this in a jank way. I'm going to do it in a very jank way. If get tree dot get nodes in group, and the group is cards. I think I have to put it in quotes. We're gonna make a variable for this. Var card group. Let's just call it cards. Colon equals that. Okay, so if cards dot selected, or should I say, I need to do a for card in cards. If card dot selected, then we set what am I doing? There's such a better way to do this. Selected equals true, and then signal bus dot edit mode dot emit. There we go. And now in our signal bus, we just make a new signal. Signal edit mode. And then in our grid, signal bus dot edit mode dot connect. And you will connect to edit grid. We do edit func, edit grid. Okay. Great. Then we say edit mode equals true. And we make a new variable, edit mode equals false. Now, in the process, if edit mode horse, I'd argue Slay the Spire and Fruit Ninja aren't examples of clicking and dragging, but gestures. Or sufficiently dead, still beating. Godot has drag and drop built in? No. No, it doesn't. I have Googled this so many times. No one has mentioned anything. Get drag data. Godot calls this method to get data that can be dragged and dropped onto controls that expect drop data. Returns null if there's no data to drag. Controls that want to receive drop data should implement can drop data and drop data. That's dragging data. What does that mean? What do you mean dragging data? Huh. So it's proper drag and drop like good old jQuery UI. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Weird. We'll have to play around with that sometime. It's worded very strangely, but there are lots of tutorials. Have to look that up. Because, yeah, I've Googled drag and drop in Godot a million times. No one's ever had, like, a built-in function for it. I think it's new to 4.x. Ah, really? That would be cute. Yeah, what if we change it to, like, 4? Yeah, it brings me back to this. Get, drop, data. Yeah, it's not in 4.0. It's not in 4.0. It's only in 4.2. So this is a new thing. 4.2 and on, at least. Get drag data. There you go. try and explain my message before, Godot has lots of specialized objects with built-in functionality that are restrictive, i.e. they have a purpose. That's both a benefit and a drawback. Game Maker, in comparison, has one general purpose object that does very little, but it's unrestricted, which is also a benefit and a drawback. Okay, no, I get what you're saying then, Tiny Devil. Yeah, I can understand your perspective then. That because Game Maker is so much more broad and general, then you can have that click event on everything, right? You can do all that really quickly and easily. Actually, sorry, I misspoke, Snowies. I searched for get drop data, but it is in V4, in the V4 docs. What happens if I go to like 3.6? Get drag. Yeah, it was in 3.6. In 2.1? It was in 2.1. It was in Godot 2.1. I don't know. Weird. Okay, so if edit mode, now we can do if input event equals mouse button left, and I could combine those. It's fine. If edit mode and input event is mouse button left, then for card in cards, if card dot selected, this is such a mess. Okay, then. Ooh. We need to do, we need to get the stuff in the first grid container. So, variable grid ini as equals $ grid container dot, oh, not slash grid empty, dot get children, and then variable grid current at equals grid ini. So then we can say grid current. So we need to figure out where we have clicked in the grid current. This is going to be the tricky part. Checking what node we clicked on. So Godot looks for a control node, then can return get drag data and will automatically make it draggable. Wow. So it'll even like set the positioning and everything? You just say get drag data, and then all of a sudden it can move? That's pretty crazy. I think I'm probably conceptualizing this wrong, right? I think what I need to do is put a signal on the single slot native grid stuff of clicked. And then we check if edit mode is true. And if edit mode is true, then we loop through this and we change it. Right? I'm trying to think of how do we do this without like this weird daisy chained signal connection. You need to give it slots so it can accept the drop data. Huh. Yeah, it sounds really interesting. That's crazy, Snowies. Thank you so much for sharing. We'll have to look into that someday because I tend to want to do a lot of click and dragging. And everyone rolls their eyes. Oh dear, we're going into ads. I'm gonna keep thinking about this problem. I'm gonna noodle over it, and we'll be back after the ads. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all of you. Hope you're doing very well. It's a very weird system. Okay. Interesting. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm curious, Snowies. The fact that it's been around for so long makes me think maybe people know it exists, but it's not a very good implementation, and so it's kind of just been forgotten about. I don't know. So what I'm doing right now is I am changing edit mode from being an in, like a local variable to the grid. I'm changing it to be a global. And the reason for that being, when I want edit mode to be available to everything so that our grid abilities can detect if if you are in edit mode and you're clicked, then pass that as a signal to grid, and then grid will replace your position with the appropriate card that is selected. Is kind of the simplest way I can conceptualize this right now. We're going to detach the script. We're going to add a new one. This is going to be our grid script, grid card, grid ability. Okay. Call that. It's not good. We're going to call it that. And it's going to extend card parent. Ready, you're going to super. And then func input. And by the way, Yodian, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. On input, if global dot edit mode, then we're gonna signal bus emit a change nodes. Ugh, bad name. Dot emit. Okay. Then in our grid, well, first off, we need to go to the signal bus. We need to have a new signal here. Signal, change nodes. And then in the grid parent, I'm going to pass on this real quick. We're going to do func, change nodes. We're going to connect that. Signal bus dot change nodes dot connect to change nodes. I hate how it does that. Okay, change nodes. We're gonna do oh, and you know what? It needs to accept something. It needs to accept a node. So we're gonna go to our signal bus. It needs to pass in a node, and then our grid needs to do a node. It needs to pass in self. Okay. So now on the grid, when we're changing the nodes, we can say variable current, variable clicked node equals now we'll just equals node, and then we're gonna say for node in grid current if node, oops, that's not gonna work. Got double name there. For grid slot, sure, that's bad, but whatever. If grid slot equals node, then we say clicked node equals grid slot. Does that make any sort of sense? What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to loop through all of the different nodes, find which one was clicked on by comparing it to what was passed in, and then storing that as a variable, and then we can change it. Bardaki with the raid! Hello, Bardaki! How are you today? How was your stream, friend? What were you up to? Feel free to raid and run as well. But welcome on in. It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome on in, all raiders. Lost internet? Oh no, what a way to end. Oh shoot, but I'm grateful to be your landing pad. Yeah, very short stream and on the phone now. Oh my goodness, Bardicky. Wow. Bless your heart. I hope your internet comes back soon. My heavens. Welcome on in, Raiders. We are working on my jam submission for Fox Hollow Jam 2, which is going through right now. I am trying to submit something by the end of the night for our Gauntlet track, which is our sped up 3 days instead of 7 for the casual. It's not going tremendously well. I'm needing to descope quite heavily and figure out a bunch of different alternative ways to do things. I pay good money for it, so it better do it. Yeah, for real. Oh, Bardicky, I'm so sorry. So we're working on that. Well, what we're working on is this sort of a grid-based roguelike where you have abilities and you're going to roll dice at your start of your turn, and you can put the dice in the abilities, kind of like Dice Throne, kind of like Dicey Dungeons, kind of like, what's the one that everyone's screaming about right now, and it's really good? Anyways, that game. You know that game. Die in the Dungeon. There it is. Kind of like Die in the Dungeon. But the idea is you're going to be placing different cards onto that grid that will kind of change what you have available to yourself, and you'll gain equipment as you go along in the game. You're going to be modifying things around, all that sort of stuff. So we're working on trying to get this grid really functioning right now. Phone internet for the win. Was surprised it worked. Talking to us telepathically since he lost internet. I'd believe it. Bardicky's that good of a developer. It wouldn't surprise me if they just said, okay, I have a rotary phone and a pack of bubble gum. I think I can hack into Twitch servers with this. And well, welcome on in, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. So, if grid slot is equal to the node, which is to say we're passing in what you've clicked, and we're comparing it against the current slot, then that is the clicked node. And then we need to change clicked node. Clicked node. We need to change the node. How do you change a node? I've never had to do this before. How change a node in code? Don't need the bubble gum for that. Amazing. Oh my goodness. And this is the other weird thing is I don't know if we can swap out. Swap out nodes. In code. Like, I don't want to change a node's type. I want to change the node. So we'd have to, like, delete that node and then add a child and then reposition it, right? That seems like the reasonable thing to do. All right, gonna lurk for food. Thanks so much, Tiny Devil. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't want to change the type of a node. Yeah, I want to replace one node for another. Reddit. Yeah. I think this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to delete the old one, add in a new child, and then reposition things. Which seems really weird. Because then we're going to need to do... Oh my gosh. What a mess. Because we also need to get the slot 4 spaces down from it. or one space to the right, depending on the orientation of the card. We have to delete that. And then add in an empty one and put it in that 4 spot. And then we need to make sure that these are accurate. So if we do that, then we also need to do the sort, right? How alter a node order. Grid node order. Change a node's position in the node order. Yes. Move child. Or get index. Can you do a set index? No. Get index. Yeah, bummer. Turn the node's index. So we could say, var clicked index, and then say clicked index equals clicked node dot get index. And then clicked node dot q free. You know, we're also going to need var extra node and extra index. So then we will say if, oh boy, 4 card in cards. Jeez. If card dot selected and if card dot vertical, then extra node equals grid current at clicked index plus 4. And then say extra index equals extra node dot get index. Some of the goofiest pixel art I think I've ever done. I cannot wait to see it. Cannot wait to see it. Okay. Extra index equals extra node dot get index. So now we have our extra node. We have both the thing and the thing we need to both things replaced. If card dot horizontal, then repeat this. Let's cut that out. We just need to do this and just say that is 1, and then bring this out. Okay, and now in the card parent, we need to say variable horizontal. You know what? In the card is really where we should put in the resource. So let's go to our card resource here, and we're going to add at export var horizontal. As a bool, it's going to be false. And at export var vertical at equals false. Okay, and then in sword inspector, there we go. Set vertical on. Okay, now we have our grid back again. We're gonna queue free the clicked node, and then we are going to add self dot add. No, not self. It's gonna be grid container dot add child, and we're gonna add in node. Okay. Finally proper internet again. Only took 15 minutes. Oh my goodness. Well, hey, 15 minutes, that's not bad for an internet outage, but it is a bummer. That is a bummer. Hey, Memphis, good to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So we're adding in the child. Then we need to move. Right? Move child. Okay. Then we will say var new card equals this. Can I get return of add child because it returns voids? Really? You're good? I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, Memphis. Did you see my introduction GIF on Discord? The video that you sent? Yeah, it's crazy. The fact that you're doing all those online features and stuff, that's ambitious. That's a big jump. 4 is allowed. Yeah, as long as it's PG-13. Yeah, Jack. Just because we have minors participating in the event. Okay, folks. This is taking a lot longer than I was hoping. I think it's time to de-scope dramatically. And I'm going to get rid of the grid. No more grid. Oops. We're just going to have cards. We're going to have the enemy. We're going to have cards. We're going to have the enemy. And then we're going to have dice. And the cards are going to basically not be cards at all. We might even say today's progress was such a drag. Yeah. No, this has all been a huge drag. This was all... the grid was the thing I was most worried about, and that was well-founded, and it ended up being even more complex than I was afraid it was going to be. Oh. And it's something that I think we can work out, but just not with the time that we have. Hey, JD, good to see ya. How are ya? Don't delete the grid, just hide it in case you find time. Well, I'm gonna keep the scene. I'm not gonna delete the scene. I'm just getting rid of it in the instantiation of it in the fight. Yeah. Oh, you made the drag and drop demo. Wow. Nice. Powerful if somewhat convoluted built-in drag and drop functionality in Godot. By default, any node that extends control can be draggable if you implement get drag data at position. This method should return whatever data you need to pass to the location you're dragging to. In this example, it just returns itself. You then need to define locations where the object can be dragged to that implement the function canDropData, which returns a boolean that indicates whether or not the currently dragged item can be deposited at this location. These slots also then need to define drop data that runs when the object is dropped at this position. In my case, drop data at position in data removes the dragged node from its current parent and adds it as a child of the drop slot. Wow, that's super cool. That's, yeah, that sounds like exactly what we would want to do. Nice. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, JD. Yeah, that's totally normal. Jams are difficult things, but I'm glad it gave you something that you're able to then take and do something cool. Recommend you clone it and play around with it when you have the time. I plan on it, Snowies. Yeah, it sounds really cool. It sounds exactly like what I've been wanting to do. So, 100%. Okay. Let's go to our B clan here. How on earth did I get these set up? Enemy block.connect, enemy heal, enemy damage. Okay. Really wanted to finish one, but I've got a lot of interviews, so I can't give it the time you deserve. No worries, JD. No worries at all. I'm thrilled that you've got a lot of interviews. That's great. That's so great. Any forward momentum on that so far? Okay. So what we need to do here for the enemy is we need to set up the moves for the enemy. Mostly contract stuff, but it's like, hey, absolutely. You keep the lights on, man. You keep food on the table. That's great they're even getting contract stuff. That's wonderful. Is it still in game dev or broader, like, web dev or other app development? Var moves equals. We're gonna do swarm. Name. Swarm. We don't need the name. It's already, it's just the key of this. It's fine. Effect will be, damage player for, let's just say 3, 0, 0. Then we'll have web dev. I'm not good enough at game dev to get a game dev job. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Well, I'm glad you're getting some income though. That's great. That's super great. Congrats, man. Big congrats. That is not an easy thing to be doing right now. It is a rough market out there. Okay. Just trying to get an idea of what were some of the things that I actually did here. Yo, I didn't even give them names, did I? I gave it just 1 and then 2. That's right. And the effect will be damage player for 0, and then 2, and then 0. Cool. So those are the moves. Okay. Now what do I need to do? I need to do, when it is the enemy's turn, my field of work is looking for junior positions, but they want a senior level 5 to 10 years experience, plus know everything in the market, but they only want to pay junior paycheck. Yeah, Memphis, it's tough out there. If you're not very seniored in your field, and not even just very seniored, but able to prove that you are exactly what they're looking for, then it's rough. It's really low odds you're going to get that position. Like, I'm a senior product designer, but I'm not the kind of product designer that most companies would look to hire right now, because I'm not a graphic designer. And that's what a lot of companies want to hire right now. And that's the way product design has shifted over time, very heavily towards that visual side. So, with my emphasis on systems and flow and strategy and everything, that skill set isn't really desired right now. So even as a senior designer, if I were in the field trying to get one of those positions, it would be very difficult right now. Not that I don't do graphic design, but it's not my forte, and that's what people are wanting, especially in B2C. People want a UI artist who can do UX instead of a UX designer. It's tough. And then also there's the weird... Oh man, don't get me started on hiring in tech. If you have worked on something that is similar, but not the exact same thing, people will frequently just toss it out. It's like, oh, you worked in healthcare. Well, we're an insurance company, so we're not going to even consider this application. Give me a break. Anyways, we're in ads. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back. This pixel art might be my Magnus. Oh, I love it. I'm so excited, Chad. Isn't it possible for you to do work on Fiverr with your skill set? I mean, possibly. The struggle with that is on Fiverr, you're typically going to be getting low-paying jobs where they ask a whole lot from you and on unreasonable timelines. So it's not the best place to be for contract work if you can avoid it. Not to mention, I would imagine a lot of the work that's going to come through on something like Fiverr would be make our app look good. And once again, they're going to be leaning more towards the graphical design, right? I just saw a post on the game dev subreddit of a UX designer that was super frustrated because their studio's UX people that were hired on before them and their developers did not know how to do their jobs. And as soon as he kind of showed the owners, look, like this app is unusable, even though it looks great, it functions terribly. Teams were let go, and the whole studio has been scrambling, and it's a huge mess. So that's what I would be afraid of. People would say, here's what I want you to do on Fiverr, right? Actually made a great click and drag Slay the Spire. Nice. I always assume Fiverr is oversaturated with people in cheaper countries. Yeah, duct tape. Yeah. Fiverr is a race to the bottom. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, not necessarily, but once again, it's going to depend on a lot of the same stuff that good contract work depends on, which is word of mouth. If you're not going to race to the bottom, then you need to have people saying, hey, yeah, go check out this guy. And you see, oh, they charge $100 an hour, which is still low. And they're going to say, well, goodness, maybe it's worth it. But if you have that good of word of mouth, kind of just probably shouldn't even be on Fiverr anyway. You should just be getting clientele coming in. I don't know. That's my opinion. I'm not a great freelancer. I've only done a couple of freelance projects. But that's my understanding of it. If I were at $100 for 3 days work in AWS/Terraform DevOps. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. My thought with Fiverr is that any actual project is going to take tons of hours to actually make. And anything small enough for you to reasonably make isn't really a good enough project to market. Yeah. So it would have to be something like, I'll do a heuristic audit. Right? I will take what you already have, I will give a video recording of my impressions of it, and say, here are some things, kind of like our analysis that we do for the games, right? It would be something like that. That's something that I could sell. Rather, I think it could be sold, but it would be easy for me to produce and would be fast. That or A-Sprite packages, yeah. Anything anyone wants made is going to take like months. Good UX takes a long time because it's not even just a matter of getting the screens out, right? Which is what people want. People just want the screens. They don't care about the flows. They don't care about any of that. They just want, what do I send to the developer? What does the developer need to build? And they don't want to get involved in the guts of it. But then that is very, very, very low effort UX. Great UX happens when you have something and you do testing with it. That testing process separates good graphic designers from great UX designers. Are you able to run someone through a test, analyze what you're observing, get reliable, good feedback that will produce insights, or that you can generate insights out of the data that ensues from those tests, and make meaningful changes that will improve the goals of the user and the goals of the business? Can you match those two together with all of this data and insight that you've collected and create a new design? And that's the stuff that takes a long time. Just making screens, you can get AI to do that. People on Fiverr offering cloud migrations for a few $100s. Yeah. Still needs to function on the basic level. Yeah. And that's why that iteration process is so important. I feel like Fiverr would just be make my app look good, and that's not what I want to do, because that's not really UX work. Very vaguely, it's UX work, but it's not. It's like 2% of the job, Okay. So when the enemy takes their turn, we are doing the effect of the current move, and then we're moving up one, unless we are at or bigger than the size of our moves dictionary. And then you reset back to 0. Need to watch Post Hog for weeks to get good UX notes? What's Post Hog? What on earth is Post Hog? How developers build successful products. The single platform to analyze, test, observe, and deploy new features. So it's a analytics tool. Tracks click streams of users. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, so quantitative data, very important in that process. Qualitative data, just as important, if not more so. You have to start with the qualitative, and then you take that qualitative stuff, and you analyze that with your quantitative to say, are the things that we're observing over here matching patterns that we can observe through the data? And if that is a large section of our group, then okay, we know we have something to change. If we're observing behaviors in an individual and we're not seeing that match the data, then it's an anomaly we don't need to worry too much about, right? How am I going to make sound effects? Easy, Jack. I'm not going to. I'm going to be lucky if I have a game to submit, let alone having sound and visual effects. I have a very few amount of hours to get this built and submitted. And very few things are working right now. That's how we're going to do sound effects. So, we need to then, after we do the move, while the player plays it, he's going to have a mic making noises. It's all smoke and mirrors, right? It's all smoke and mirrors. Love it. Real-time sound effects. That's fantastic. And then we need to do signal bus dot enemy turn and dot emit. Then our signal bus, we need to have both of these starting. Signal, enemy, turn, start. Signal, enemy, turn, end. Okay. Now what I want to test is hire someone off Fiverr to commentate live for each player. We'll expect you to rewrite the whole thing using Godot drag and drop system. Go ahead, I'll wait. Constantly record yourself during development. You're going to get a few grunts that can be used. Oh, shoot. I'll just have a bunch of crying. Incredible. Okay. I need to see if this is actually going to do what we need it to do. So we're going to say, take turn. Just to, like, is this going to function? Let's go ahead and run fight scene. Yeah. Invalid access to property or key. Current move on a base up. So that's what I was afraid of. I guess what we could do is current move stringed. Would that do the trick? Hold on. In ready, we're gonna print current move. It's 0. Okay. So we're gonna set it to 1 then, I guess. Is it that easy? No. Okay. What happens if I do moves dot? Is the problem at current move or at effect? Yeah, it's a current move. Shoot. I have 3 scripts in right now. One is for main menu, one is for the game. The other is a global settings script that has one line of bar volume. Nice! That's great. Super cool, Jack. Sounds like you're getting something working. That's better than I'm doing this jam. This is a big lesson for me. I'm getting a lot of trauma to learn from. Game script is 50,000 lines. Okay. So, storing this, as that is not working, can I do stream? As silly as it is. No. Non-existent function, stream. Yeah. I've just gave the avenue to work on a game for this jam, so I might actually have more than 2 hours. Hey, nice, Prodigal. That's great. I think I need to change how I'm doing this. And we're just going to sit... You know what? Moves array. Equals moves dot 1, moves dot 2. Then expected closing parenthesis or closing bracket. It has a closing bracket. What are you talking about? Print moves array. Expected closing bracket. I mean, it is a closing bracket. What are you talking about? I think you're giving me the wrong error message. Jeff Jupiter, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. I'll be distracted and not get a single thing done. Hey, that's my job. Kids can stay with their nana, and the wife is going to be at a convention, so I'll be all alone Friday afternoon, all day Saturday. Nice. I have to work on the design document and think about how I will solve the problems beforehand so that Friday and Saturday is only coding. There you go. There you go. I feel like I'm missing something really simple when it comes to declaring this. I mean, that's it. That's really weird. I mean, I think that's gonna do it. Huh. That's really weird. Okay. What if we just do this? You'd be cool with that? 2 equals this. It's vector 3. Oh, numbers are probably not allowed, huh? It's saying I expected a variable name. Okay. First? Second? And then, hold on. Okay, can I do print moves dot current move now? No, okay. That's fine. Moves dot first and moves dot second. Why are you being so weird? You have to be title cased? I don't think so. Okay. So that's working now. Great. So you do have to match the casing of it. Okay. Good to know. Figure out how to increase the hat limit. Oh, shoot. Hey, Shepherd's Hound. Good to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Truly a tragedy. Yeah, there was a big epic tug of war right at the beginning of the stream. Robotech won out with 2 hat clears. Okay. Moves dot, or moves array at current move. And then we do change this to 0. We do change this back to 0. Current move. Dot effect. Can I do that? That's probably not gonna work. Oh! Whoa! Okay. Print. This. Oh, no, it is doing it. Okay, great. Lovely. Ban Robotech. All right, take care, Prodigal. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you. Okay. So, to do that, then in the player, where's our player? Don't we? Do we not have player? Nope, the player does not exist yet. Let's go ahead and make that real quick. Oh no. Oh, we're so far behind. This is a like, we did so good on the Captain Coder jam, and this one has really gotten away from me. Player resource. Okay, so player resource. We're gonna have extends resource. Do we need a class name? We do. Class name player. Okay. This one was 3 days long. How long was Captain Coder's jam? Yeah, it was. I think I did Captain Coder's jam in 5 days. Maybe 6. So, remember, kids, don't do drags. Oh, shoot. At least not in an engine that doesn't do that natively. Okay, so we have our class name, then we need to do export var name as a string. We're gonna do at export var HP as an int. Export var armor as an int. Then at export var grid as a... we can't do node paths, can we? I mean, we could do a file, right? So if I do like this, will that work? Yeah. Let's try it. Create new resource. Player. It's going to go into playable characters. It's going to be Atlas. Your name is Atlas. Your HP is 30. Your armor is 0. That is your grid. Cool. That works. That's nice. You got inspiration for the title music? This song that's currently playing. By 3 days in the Captain Coder Jam, he had basically Slay the Spire done. Yeah, we made a lot more progress in the Captain Coder Jam by this point. I had basically all the mechanics done within 3 days. Granted, I've only been working this for 2 days, but we're way far away from getting the mechanics done, like way far away. And I had to cut most of them. So, you know, brutal. Okay. So now we need a new player scene. New TD scene called player. We're going to save this in our scenes. Playable character. I guess. Okay. Then for our player, we're going to attach a script. Scripts, resource scripts. Not scripts, resources. Playable characters. Is Atlas not made? Yeah, Atlas is made. I'm breaking myself. Scripts. Player. Yes. Okay. Then we're going to bring in Atlas. There we go. Var. Okay. We're going to rename that as player, and we're going to export it so we can swap out which resource we're using. Now, we're going to do a signal setup function. Func signal setup. We're going to do signal bus dot damage player damage dot connect. And I need to go to my enemy parent, and I'm just going to copy all these, to be honest. Which probably means we could have like a parent entity for both of these, but whatever. Player. Okay. We good with that? Great. Enemy damage, and then damage enemy. You know what? We're not going to need that because that's all going to be on the cards. Okay. Connect to take damage. And then we're going to do a print player dot health, and then print player dot health. Okay. No, I don't want to run the player. We're going to need to yeah, sure. Go to the fight. Now we need to add in our player. And you don't even really exist as anything right now. You're just a data piece. So, let's run. Okay. So we're not taking damage as the player. Yeah, we're not hitting that. Oh, and we're in ads. My goodness. All right, take a break. Be right back. Get some stretching in. Be good. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I'm trying to figure out why we're not entering into this take damage fund. So we go to our enemy. We should be going into here, right? Check this out. We're going in. We're doing the effect, which should be damage player. Then enemy end turn emit. Find card. Oh, right. This is the all the logic for the dice signals. Card parent. All right. We can axe this. Add a pass. Cancel F6. There we go. I think it was getting hung up in the process of something else. Okay. So we're taking the turn, but then the player is not taking the damage. So, what if we just do damage player 3, 1, 0. Let's just manually set it. Yeah. How weird. Would you like at on ready here? Yeah, no. There's a part of me that's wondering, is it like running before anything can happen? The enemy parent is connecting on enemy turn start. So what if on the player we just throw in a quick little signal bus dot enemy turn start dot emit. Ah, now we're in it. Okay. Is it not health? It's HP. Duh. Dot HP. Dot HP. Right. HP again. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Rad. Working. Oh. At least that is working. Okay. Great. If we go back to the... I need to go back to the enemy parent, though, and we need to get rid of this to see if it's still working. No, it's not. So saying just doing the effect is not going to work. Which is a major bummer. If we just say effect, it's not going to work. So we have to do... I mean... Godot for dictionary method. Like I'm pretty sure you can have a method as a parameter in your dictionary, right? I guess what we can do is say damage, and then have it as a that vector 3. Just do that, I guess, and then okay. Then we can say if dot damage, then do damage player, and you pass in the vector 3. That's going to require a lot of coding, though. Pass in damage. Yeah. Then damage player is going to have to accept a vector 3 of damage vet 3 And then this will be damage vec3.x. Damage vec3.y. This is so jank. Vec3.z. And then theoretically there we go. Now it's working. 30 and 27 health. Okay. Very weird. I don't like it. We're going to move forward. Because it's working. We're shipping it. We don't have time to worry about tidying things up at this point. We got to make up a lot of time. It's a weird way to have to do that, but it works. So let's go back to our enemy now. Let's visualize these. Enemy parent. Some weekends my brain just doesn't really let me work. Yeah, I get that, Cubus. I totally understand that. We're going to put this on the far right of the screen. And then we're going to add in label. This will be move 1. You know, I think we need this to be on... No, we can do a different thing. So move 1, and then it's going to be effect. We're going to copy this. 2, 3, 4. Love how it's smartly renaming it. Tough luck, but the good thing is I can still extend into casual. Yeah, Cubus, I hear ya. I'm still going to submit whatever I've got at the end of the day into the Gauntlet, but it's probably, I don't know, it may not work. It's definitely not going to be what I was hoping to submit. And that's okay. You know, that's okay. I'll throw it up there anyways. I'm not eligible to win any prizes, so I might as well. It's good to dog food the experience, what I'm asking people to do. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1. You're going to be here. Effect. You're going to be down below. Move 2. You're going to be right there. Effect. You're going to be right below. You know, I'm going to delete all these. Yeah, I duplicated way too quickly. Deal 3 damage. Horizontal centered. There we go. And then we need to add a new label setting. We're going to font. I remember when this used to be outrageously complex for me, trying to figure out how to change the font, you know? I've come a good amount of ways. I'm happy about that. It's a good thing to recognize where you've come from, you know? Okay. 3, 4. Oops. 3, 4. There we go. Move 2. Move 3. And move 4. Can I align these? That would be really nice. Dang it. 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. So now, B-Clan Thugs, script. Oh, this is the enemy parent, isn't it? Oh boy. Okay. Trying to think of how to do this programmatically. I shouldn't. I should just get it built. And you know what? If we get one fight in, I'll take it. I will take it. 2 dice damage. Really yucky. It's gross. At this point, don't have the luxury to do anything else. Submission at 8 a.m. tomorrow for me might make the night a little rough today. Oh, shoot, Cubus. Back for a little, got most of the daily tasks done at work. Nice, Blades. Congrats. That's awesome. Okay. We're at the fight. This now looks like this. That's worked. Sometimes, Godot, you get so weird. Like, why is this being so strange? I just barely added this. How are things moved around? Alright, let's delete this. We'll bring the B-Clan back in. It's still being weird. Why? You shouldn't be. You should be just fine. Why are you different? Are you in a container? No, you're not. Weird. Just gotta put the truck away and fill crust toppers for our pizzas. After that, I might see if I can leave. All right. Best of luck, man. Oh, no. Oh, Blades, I'm so sorry. You know, Finn was just in here saying that they're coming down with COVID. And my son has had a terrible cold. None of us are geographically next to each other, but, you know, it's possible something is floating around. I am so sorry. My goodness. Okay. Why are you being so weird? Alright. Just do that. Just deal with it. Okay. In the script. You're going to say, we need to make these, we need to have some sort of indicator for these. Let's just, yeah, this is super gross. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to add a marker. We're going to live right there. And then we're going to add a sprite. This will be the turn indicator. Hopefully I can get out of here early so I can work on getting the critique stuff submitted. Oh man, take care. You know, with the flu and everything, like just stay alive. Appreciate you. You're amazing. Stay good. Oh, okay. I'm just going to jump over to Figma, make a really quick little selection indicator. You're not going to be able to see this. I apologize. I'm just going to do it really quick and dirty. It is not going to be a thing of beauty. Define shapes, export. This is going to be turn, indicator, export. Got stuff to do to lurks. Got stuff to do, so I'm gonna lurk for support. Hey, Mushroom, it is great to have you here. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good day. Have a great lurk. Okay. Bring in our little indicator. The assets. Throw this in sprites, and then we're gonna put this, oops, right in here. There we go. Okay. Now, we can say, we can change turn indicator's position. Turn indicator dot position equals $move, but then we need to have current move in there. So we need to like do a constructor on this. So var current move node equals $move plus current move shoot, how do I do this? Because we need to map this, like, moves array to the nodes somehow. I guess I could put them into a group. Yeah, we could put them in a group. Node. Okay. Add a new group. This will be moves. It's not going to be a global one. We're going to add all of these in. Okay. Now, it's a moves nodes equals get tree dot get nodes in group of moves. Move this out. So now our position of the turn indicator is equal to moves nodes at current move slash marker 2D. That's probably not going to work. Will it? No way. No way. That's not going to work. Yeah. Get nodes in group moves. That's not where I expected it. Great. Huh. Why are you saying this doesn't exist? How's it going? Hey, welcome back, Tiny Devil. I'm cutting scope hugely dramatically and realizing, oh shoot, I spent so long trying to get that stupid stuff working. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to submit anything meaningful to the Gauntlet. That's how it's going. We're in a mad scramble to be like, how much can I actually fit in here? All right, back to work. Best of luck, Blades. Rooting for you. So, trying to get the enemy turn working and everything. And it's good. We're making progress, but it is a little slow. Okay, so move nodes. Get nodes in group. So how do we do, like... I guess we could just do, instead of trying to reference it, we could do dot get child, right? Oops. F1. Get children. Get child. A child node by its index. Okay. Sure. That's fine. Dot get child at 1. Dot position. So that would work if this moves nodes was actually working. And for some reason, it's not. I mean, it's not... What, can I just do that? Do I not have to stringify it? Yeah. Get nodes in group on a null value. But it's not a null value. Copy. Paste. Yeah, it's just... It's saying it's... Okay. I'm gonna do something really dumb. What if I convert you to a global group? Still not working. Why? Why are you saying it's empty? Like, we have 4 things that are in that group. Get tree dot get nodes in group. You'll get it. Thanks, Karazes. Appreciate ya. Okay. Godot for get nodes in group null. Returns null instance. What could be happening here? It's get tree that returns a null instance? It means you're... Oh, get tree. Yeah, because we're calling get nodes on group on a null value. Weird. Means your node is not in a scene tree when get nodes in group gets called. You can check if a node is in a scene tree with is inside tree. Huh. Okay, get tree null. That's really weird. So once again, we have this weird thing of, like, scripts are not being instanced. Because it's saying, hey, the enemy parent is not in this scene, and it's trying to get the tree. It does not have a tree. It is not in this tree. But B-Clan thugs should be. Scripts not instancing. Not unique. Godot is weird about this. It uses a concept, it calls resources for any file stored, and all these resources are shared between instances. See this issue. If you want a resource to be unique to an instance, you first have to manually make it unique by right-clicking on it in the inspector and choosing Make Unique. I mean, what if we do local to scene? Yeah. This is very weird. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to add the enemy node, the enemy parent. We're going to put it way over here. Is that going to fix it? No. It's still saying it's a null value. Okay. Why is get tree being null? Okay, we're in ads. We'll be right back. Once again, trying to figure out weird Godot stuff. We'll be back. Okay, let's keep going. Why are we returning null on this? Why is this doing what it is? Get tree.get nodes in groups. Variable tree equals get tree. Gonna break right there. Oh, it's not breaking it. saying there is no treat. Do we need to do on ready? Yeah, there we go. All right. It was that simple. Okay. Okay. Well, stuff is moving. It is not getting moved to the correct spot, but it's moving. Print, move nodes at current move. Is that going to get us what we're actually looking for? Oh, moves nodes. So it's moved too. Yeah, it should be at the right place. What if I do this? Marker 2D. Okay, so we're getting the marker 2D of the right place. Position is negative 57 and 35. Why? It's right there. Is this position not the global position? Global underscore. Is that our problem? There we go. Great. Working. Yes. Good. Good. Great. Okay. Big mess. That's okay. Get rid of that. Enemy is working. Everything about the enemy is working exactly the way that it needs to. That is frumptuous. Let's go ahead and add in a quick label for health. And we'll set that to 5. Riazzi, hello, welcome in. It's great to have you. How are you today? We'll do health label. We're gonna add in a new label, which is the count, and that could be 20. Let's move this over. Okay. Sleepy, not enough coffee today, apparently. Well, I hope you're able to wake up a little bit. I started the day off with digging out a patio myself. So, you know, it was good to get the blood moving a little. How goes the jam? Rocky, but that's good. That means we're learning a lot. I massively overscoped. I got really excited, and I said, oh, I'm going to prototype a board game that we made years ago. And didn't consider too much about the scope, and there was one big problem that just ruined it. So I've cut out that big problem, and now we're trying to get everything patched together and making it all work. We're going to see if we have anything to submit for the short track, the Gauntlet track tonight. We'll see how it goes. Not the overscope. Yeah, it gets you every time, right? It's the true end boss. And then we're going to do this is gross. This is not good practice. I'm just gonna do it though. $ health label / count dot text equals enemy dot health We're going to put that into take damage. And then for the player, we need to do the same thing. Get rid of these prints. Prosto, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? Alive? That's good. I'm glad you're alive. How else? Might not be good practice, but it's acceptable practice for a game jam. Yeah, exactly. I'm pulling out a lot of those today. Which I'm bummed about, because I was so excited to, like, I've learned so much. I'm ready to, like, make things right. And no, I'm not. Is the short answer to that. Player, we need to add these same nodes. So we need to grab the health label and put it into the player. Now, where is our player? That looks perfect. Okay. Go back to the fight. Script. Player.health. Oh, does it need to be a string? String of that? Huh. Weird. Why is that not working? Maybe for a mini game outside of a game jam, yeah. Yeah. What are we making today? Prosto, we are continuing to work on my game jam submission for Fox Hollow Jam 2. It is a sort of dice rolling battler where you have the enemy here, what they are going to do each turn, and then what you can do. We're trying to get a UI kind of working where we have health. So we're going to roll dice. You're going to put those dice inside these slots, and then if the dice slot fits that dice, then it will... So think Dicey Dungeons. It's very similar to Dicey Dungeons in its current incarnation. There was a whole grid thing that we had planned out and I had to cut for scope reasons. All sorts of fun stuff. Debugger 1999. Oh, dear. So, it's really weird to me that this is not updating. No. And then we need to do an initialization of it, too. I like Dicey Dungeon. I do, too. It's a very fun game. They did a good job on it. Okay. Oh, because it's not health. It's HP. Duh. What am I doing? Enemy parent, did I change that? Oh, dear. I've made a bungle. The bungles. Enemy script, enemy resource. We're going to call this HP. And then we can go back to our enemy parent. And wherever we have health, we're going to do HP. Just keeping it consistent. Okay. Go back to the fight. Okay, there we go. Health 30. Let's do our enemy resource, and we will change this to 1. Okay, that is not getting set. At least not at the beginning, because it's not in the ready. Let's try that. Fight. We need the string. Okay. Hey, there we go. Hey, Captain Onosa, it's the Game Jammer themselves. Good to see you, Onosa. How are you doing? What are you working on right now? You're here lurking and working. Sounds great. Thanks so much, Riazi. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Rad. So we have health. We have turns. let's change this to 30, I guess. Now we need to build in dice. We need the dice now. I think this is when we make a new scene. We're gonna make a dice parent. Or just a dice. I think we need a parent. Yeah, just a dice. And you are going to have a sprite 2D, which is just gonna be, yeah, this is jank, whatever. I don't know how to do a solid color outside of this. Black. Okay. And then we're gonna add a label. You're going to be 1. New label settings. Gonna amp up that size. Okay. Center, center. There we go. All right. We're gonna save this in our scenes. Now we're gonna add a script, and it's gonna be as dead simple as when it is when the enemy turn ends, we're gonna do global dot roll. We're gonna pass in 1. Then we're gonna say argument should be callable, but is int. What am I doing? I'm doing a dumb thing. I'm doing a very dumb thing. Set value. Okay. Now func. Set value. We're gonna do global.roll, and we're gonna say value equals 1 to start off with, and then we are going to set value equals global roll. And then we're going to do we're going to set our text label. Dot text equals string value. Okay. Great. Now we also need it. Then when you click on it, this is the tricky bit. This is the tricky bit. This is a lot of passing data between objects. I'm seeing more and more, oh boy, this is quite complicated. We need to have on click input if event is input event mouse and event equals mouse button left. Then we need to set selected equals true. And we need to have var selected equals false. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. We're doing this over here. Where's our mouse left button? Are we doing mouse left button somewhere? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Just get rid of the left check. So, if event is input event mouse, selected equals true. Or I guess we could say equal to not selected, right? Selected times -1. Equals 0 or -1. Can I just set it to false and that'll work? Print selected. Okay. We're gonna add in dice. Okay. Ooh. That's why. We're checking on mouse hovering. Invalid operators, bool and int. Yeah, okay. So we need to set this to -1. I think I pretty much always make input maps for left mouse and right mouse. Yeah, that's something we were looking at earlier. Is like, do we... And there is a built-in mouse button left. I just can't seem to remember how to get to it. Mouse button left. Right there. So we have that enum available to us. But then how do we check it? Event dot button index. That's what it is. Event dot button. At least I think so. Is that right? Okay, no. Event dot. Shoot, how do we check it? Input maps are amazing in Godot. Yeah. They really are, and maybe that would be the easier way to do this. How is everyone going on? Was your great achievement today? Yeah, we want to hear it. You can set left mouse button as a thing in project settings and input maps. Yes. And we may end up doing that. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Left click down. Oh, that's right. I actually already did this. Forgot about that. Left mouse button. Yeah, sure. Okay. Great. Okay. So we are selecting it. Cool. Getting a lot of errors, so that's fun. Ability activated dot connect. Oh boy. Ability activated dot emit. Where are we doing that? Okay, we can get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. Right? Because this is just saying when you click it, emit it. We're not doing that anymore. We're building out the actual dice. Right here. Okay. Okay. So now, we need to add these to a group called dice. And then in the cards, we need to convert this to a global group. And then in our card, when you're clicked, or rather in a card slot, dice slot. We're going to keep this. On input. We're going to do if, excuse me, event is mouse, input event mouse, and event dot is pressed. Left mouse. Oh, come on. Just grab that. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Okay. So if event is input event mouse and event dot is action pressed, then we need to do validate, but then we need to take in the dice value. So before we do this, we need to get the dice group equals get tree dot get nodes in group of dice, and then for dice in dice group, if dice dot selected, then we have a value. Equals dice dot value, right? Yeah. So variable dice value as an int. That's dice value, and we're gonna pass in dice value. And then if all of those things, we're also going to do this here. Then we're going to dice.q, not q free, dot visibility equals false. Totally forgot about groups in Godot. Groups are pretty cool. I'm using them more and more, and I'm liking them. Groups are another one of those things I really want to do a deep dive on because I never have used them, and I think they're super powerful. I think they are super powerful. This is making this all a whole lot easier for me than trying to do it in some other way. It's nice to just have that extra little manipulation tool. Okay. I highly doubt this is gonna work. On ready. Okay, so we can click on this, and then click on this. Oh, it's selecting and deselecting on. We're doing this. We're going to nuke all this. Yeah. We're going to nuke all that. Then where is clicked being passed through? Nowhere? Okay. So why are we getting 1 and -1? 'Cause that should just be here, not in the dice slot. Yeah, you're not printing anything in here. Oh, shoot. I bet this is the same thing where, like, it's not checking if we're clicking on it or not. Oh. Are you happy, Jack? Are you happy? Oh, geez. We're making a button. We're gonna... unpressed. Function, dear, clicked. And then we can just get rid of this. Don't even need that. And then pressed, go to clicked, connect. There we go. Shoot. Oh, wait. It kind of worked. Oh. Oh, the button is probably really tiny. Yeah, it's super tiny. Let's fix that. Click. Click. Click, 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 click. Okay. We're in ads. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. So I'm going into our dice slot. I added a button for the dice slot. I don't like doing it this way. I want that on the record. Okay. Click. Click. Dang it. Print dice value. Okay, so we're not even hitting that. It is the full size. Oh, but it's probably not hooked up. Unclicked. Shoot. Great. Fight. Let's go. Okay. I'm not gonna mess with it. It's working. I'm not gonna touch it. So why is that not getting hooked up? Dice slot parent is hooking up to clicked, which is right here. Yeah, it's taking us right in. So why is it not triggering? Is it behind something in the card? We have the button. What if we take that off? Ah, haha. Excellent. Output. One. Okay. So then, what if we set this dice to start off with? You know, on ready, we should do global.roll, right? We should just do this real quick, just on ready. I don't think it's working. This is weird. It should be working. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Cool. So we are actually passing it into the dice slot. That's good. That connection is working. Lovely. So we're getting it passed in. Is validate happening? We're definitely at least not doing this, right? Ah, okay. We need to set the type. Open. Open. I have drums excited for this jam, and we're vetting out the idea. We have a name, a goal, how to play, and making puns and stuff. I cannot get my work done. I hope you're happy. I'm happy because I know you're gonna be happy. I know that feeling when you submit a jam. It's good feeling. You're gonna be happy. You're gonna be happy. Hold on, kids crying. 1 second. Give me 1 quick sec. Having done like 32 jams already, I get it. No, I know. You're way more experienced in this than I am. Absolutely. So the cool thing is, I don't know if you noticed this. Click this, then we click this. We're breaking down here. We're breaking at a further spot, which is lovely. It's absolutely frumptuous. So for some reason, visibility is not working. So, we do $, self.vis, no. I just need to know what the keyword is. Dot. Visible? It's not visible. Okay. Not visibility. Okay. Visible. Aha! The dice is used. Yay! Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. Cool. So is the ability activating? No. We are getting errors as well. Okay. Here. So in our slot, we are saying we are emitting the signal, ability activated, to the parent card. The parent card is a sword, and we are connecting on ability activated. On effect, if parent card, signal bus, dot enemy damage, dot emit, 3. Oh, because we're, yeah, no, it's 3 arguments, yeah. 3, 0, 0. Okay. Are we good? Ha 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 ha! Ha ha! I've gone mad with power! Bruce Malt, welcome in. You're right in time. All right, Blade. Sounds good. You go get some rest in, okay? You need to take care of yourself, okay? You drive safe. You be good. We expect you here healthy as soon as you're able to actually be healthy. Yes. Yes. Things are going great. Finally, we're making progress, and it feels great. I'll rest when I'm dead. I got a game to build for a jam. Oh, Blades. What do we do on Mondays? The same thing we do every Mondays. Try and bring a few more smiles in the world by making a game. Making puns is the most important part. Love the panic coding followed by maniacal laughter. Must be a game jam. Wife quest. Oh, so great. Okay. This is awesome. So now, in the fight, we're going to add in a new script. And this is going to be checking if the player still has dice. This is the fight script. We're going to do... Probably want a signal setup here. Funk. Signal setup. This is going to be signal bus dot ability activated dot connect and turn check. Funk and turn check. And we're just going to do var dice group equals get tree dot get nodes in group of dice. We're going to bring that out here. We're going to do at on ready. Learn my lesson there. So we're going to do 4 dice in dice group. If dice dot visible, return else signal bus dot enemy turn start dot emit. Yeah? We cool? Okay. That all happened. The bad guy took their turn. I took 3 damage. We didn't move this down, though. That's a bummer. Okay. One thing at a time. First off, our dice did not reset. So we need to do a new one here. Signal bus dot enemy. Wait, no. On set value. Do this and then say self dot visible equals true. Let's try this. Oops, no, that's on dice. It's still not resetting. Got some errors in here. Method expected 0 arguments. End turn check? Expected 0 arguments. Ability activated. Oh, yeah. It's probably expecting a dice value or something. Ram. Okay. Can I get some take over the world, Barry? If you can't make puns, you shouldn't be in a jam is my motto. That's my psycho. Try that? Big smiles. Yeah, that's my guy. Spin me around, so if you want to look at me, you have to exercise your neck a little bit because you got that big flat spot. So let's put the interesting things on the other side where you don't like looking. Okay. So are we setting self.visible to true? Yes. We are. Let's do print value just to see, like, is it triggering correctly? Ah, look at all that. Okay. Some stuff to debug there. Oh, we need to turn selected off. And then dice dot selected equals false. Let's try that. Dang it. Ah. Equals -1. Don't talk about my funny shaped head in front of my friends. All right, Prosto, thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate ya. Okay. Enemy where our current move is being set incorrectly. Let's try that. See if that fixes it. Good luck with the game. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no. Had it right before, but something is just not being set, which is weird. We'll figure that out in a minute. First off, why is the dice not becoming visible again? Like, right here, right? Do this, and then this. Oh! Now it's gonna do it. Interesting. Enemy turn and dot emit. When is that triggering? Not right there. But it did take its action though, which is weird. Whoa. Did a lot of damage. 13 damage. Why? No, first up. Why is this not... Why is the dice not turning visible? You don't need to thanks. Your good mood and happy streams are things that are helping me with my crumbling sanity. I'm so sorry, Brosto. Hey, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get better. You know, I firmly believe that. Good for you for making it through. Good for you for taking more steps. Staying alive. That's the important thing. You got it. It'll work out. It'll work out. I've got size correct, right? It's size, not length. Length is the, like, measurement of distance. Size is the how many entries there are. Yeah, number of entries. Oh, that needs to be -1 though, doesn't it? Yeah. There we go. Now we're in a loop. There we go. Okay. Do you know why Tom Hanks is always grateful? Because his name spells... Because his initials are T. Hanks. Is that it? Yeah, his signature is thanks. I saw that GIF once. And it's amazing, and it's burned into my memory, and I love it. This is so weird. I don't know why it's... There are a couple of weird bugs going on here. So, the dice is not becoming visible. Why is it not becoming visible? How do I determine that it's not becoming visible? See, it should be going right here. But then we do this again. Then it does that. It's not... What happens if I do self.visible equals false? It's not working. So this self.visible stuff is not working. Visible does not work. This is weird. We are doing dice.visible equals false. But then when we're in the dice and we do self.visible equals true, it's not doing anything. I thought you were going to show a pet? No, that's my son down there. He's hanging out in his car seat, playing with a pacifier. He's having a good time. Print self.visible. So cute. Yeah, he's a cutie. So it's saying self.visible is true. The only other place we're doing this is here, which should only run once we've clicked something. Print dice.visible. False, okay. It's getting reset. Why? Why are you running multiple times? It's F12, okay. Did you see that? For a second, it showed up when it should. Right there. Right there. It's working. Now it's off again. Does he have a little bow tie? He does have a little bow tie. Yeah, he wears it to church. Is the die behind the other thing? I don't think so. I think it's, for some reason, being set to false. So I'll bring the bow tie down. I'll show you. We're going into ads, though. We'll do that right after the ads. We'll be right back. Welcome back. There's this tiny little bow tie. Okay, bud, it's time to go to sleep. Think you're about ready to call it done, Zaft. Congrats. Congrats. So, what I really want is the ability to, like, watch a variable. I want to say, watch on visibility, and every time visibility changes, pause. And show me where the code is. Dying of cuteness. He's also got these little suspenders, which he loves. Alright, why are we being so contentious? What, are you wanting your food? What do you want next? There we go. Food. If it's a node, most nodes have an on visibility changed signal. Oh. Okay. On visibility changed. Could I leverage that to tell me when it's happening, though? Because there's some weird stuff happening with the dice visibility. You can hook the signal up to a function and add a break there. That's true, but it won't tell me what happened before it, though. Like, I need to know in the code what's happening. Because here it's false. Then we have to, oh, see, and now it's on again. It got activated when we clicked on over here. Why? Let's try it again. So, off. But then, it should take the enemy turn, and when the enemy takes their turn, right? When the enemy turn ends, we should be getting visible, but we're still printing visible equals false. Let's make this a print debug. We'll say, oh, come on, guy. You're okay. You're okay. Visible plus string. Okay, let's try this again. I need to know when that line is happening. Okay, so it's not being run again. Child also upset. Yeah, they're gonna be a great game dev. Knows when code isn't working. He's my canary in the coal mines. If he starts freaking out, then, you know, I need to get out of Dodge. There you go, bud. All right. The child is actually saying is, give me the keyboard, Dad. I'll fix it. Oh. Saw a great comic the other day online. It was titled, In Which a Bird Holds Its Breath. And there's a canary goes, and then every panel it zooms out a little bit more until you see outside of its little enclosure and there's just miners dropping dead. Okay. So it's not triggering over here. Fall asleep, my guy. I know you're super tired. That's a tired cry. You can do it. Is it not triggering when you set the value? It is. Well, it's supposed to trigger when I set the value. But for some reason, like, we didn't trigger this line here, right? We just went through a turn. Bad guy took their turn. We lost health. So why did that not happen? Let's throw a breakpoint right there. So the enemy did not end their turn. This signal did not end. That's really weird. Is it taking its turn? Goodness. Oops. Gonna use our dice. And then it doesn't go into there at all. It's not taking its turn. Hey, Dr. Captain, sir. Good to see ya. Stream guest today. Yes, absolutely. We got Junior Dev here. Giving me the encouragement I need. That'll do it. Yeah, but it's weird because it's still doing the stuff. You know, like the damage player function is getting called. But where? There's only one place where it's getting called. It's right there. Player damage dot emit. On the card? But I mean, you're not being hit, right? Shut up. Why are you being called? Oh, because you're on enemy damage. Let's fix that. Okay. Dun dun dun. Remember when I used to manage nighttime feedings in front of a computer? Cute bonding moments for sure. And then when they grow up, you tell them about it, and they're like, "Whoa." Yeah, we've got a 4-year-old little girl, and we're already hitting that point of, oh my gosh, he's like getting too big to be hauling around and carrying and stuff. I mean, not yet, but like it's coming. It's weird. It's very strange. Check for infinite recursion. Perfect. Okay. I don't think we need this. This is in the card. Yeah, we don't need any of that. Infinite enemy damage. Easy game. Okay. So we did the thing. Are we not starting the enemy turn? No, we're not. But then if I do this again, we are. Four dice in group. If dice not visible. Oh shoot. It's doing the check before we make it invisible. Okay. It's scary when they're so grown that you can't just pick them up to get them out of trouble. My kids are all grown now, and it's the worst and the best. Oh my goodness, yeah, Dr. Cabin Sir, I don't know, it's a wild journey. It's a wild journey watching him grow up. I have no idea what I'm gonna do when she gets like into school and being a teenager. And, oh man, it's gonna be a thing. Gonna be a thing. Mothman, appreciate you. Okay. So what we need is for our fight to not be queuing off of ability activated. We need to do a end turn check signal. As much as I don't want to have to do that, I think that's what we're going to need to do. So on the card, on the dice slot, if active equals true, we're going to emit the ability activated. We're also going to emit end turn check dot emit. Now we can go back to our signal bus. Signal and turn check. And then we go back to our fight. And we don't need that parameter anymore. Fingers crossed. Okay. Oh, you know what? We need to put this after. What am I doing? Let's just do the check after we make it invisible. Why not? In that same if. There we go. There we go. There we go. I think that got it. I think that got it. Yeah! Awesome! Lovely. Cool. So now, theoretically, we can add a couple extra dice. No, don't scale. You can run. You. Whoa. We used 2 dice. Okay. Okay, things are breaking. Why are we using 2? What's going on? Let's go back to our prints and everything. Let's do string self plus this. Self.name. Where are we printing this false? Right here. We're gonna do string dice dot name plus string. Oops. No. Okay. I misspelled string. It's only 3 letters. Still messed it up. Totally fine. So yeah, it's passing in dice 2 and dice 3. So the other dice are setting themselves to selected. Is what's happening here. Oops, that's dice though. What am I messing up here? Ah. Okay. Dice 1. So what we should do is grab all of the dice. We're going to do one of these. Then 4 dice in dice group. Selected equals -1. And then change ours to selected. Dice dot selected. Song is boppin'. Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm going to move this into here. And instead of saying self.name, we're going to do dice.name. This will make this a little more clear. So everything is inactive. That's what it should be. So we are successfully setting everything to inactive. But then it's still passing everything through. So if we just do a simple print right after selecting things, yeah, everything is turning on. Self dot? Snowies! Scripts aren't unique in Godot. It's a lie. Scripts are not unique. It doesn't work. I've been told lies. Look, I click on one thing. I set them all to inactive, and then they all turn on, even though I'm doing self.selected. It doesn't work. Scripts are not unique. Maybe you need an event bicycle. Is that a joke or some programming thing I don't know? What's an event bicycle? And they're just connected with the button signal. You know? This is weird. An internal joke on this stream. Oh, shoot. Bicycle. Yeah. No, you're right. I already forgot what bicycle was. Event bus. There we go. Event buses versus event bicycles. That's right. Self refers to the node. Yeah, which is what we want. I mean, well, that's true. We're referring to the node instead of the... I don't know. Either way, it's still doing it. Still doing it. The node should be unique. It should be. I don't know why it's not. Still, the node should be unique. Yes. Do I have some weird settings somewhere? Why is it doing this to me? I have literally no idea how you're doing this. Are you setting it on all nodes somehow? I don't know. I mean, this is the whole script. Here, let me make it bigger for everyone. We're going through into the dice group. We're turning them all off. And then outside of that for loop, we're setting selected, which should just be this one, to 1. Or to the opposite of what it is. I mean, let's just set it to 1, whatever. And then we're going through all the dice in the group and then just printing. So the only time we're doing something to change it is there and there. Why is selected an int, not a bool? It was a bool, but then we were doing like tricky like times -1 sort of stuff to try and change the flags. And yeah, I'll change it back to be a bool. We don't need that anymore. I was thinking of doing that anyways. Just changing one thing. Just changing one thing to true. So why is it changing everything? Why is it changing? It's acting like it's a resource. You know, like it is a common thing it is pulling from. Make unique. Make unique. Make unique. No, even that's not doing it. Are you sure your clicked is only getting called once? Let's throw in a breakpoint. Let's see. 1. Yep, just once. And yeah, that makes sense because we would be getting a bunch of different prints if it was getting called more than once. But it's only being called once. We get 3 falses and then 3 trues. Oh, no, that's not a fair automat. Sorry. It's not even letting me accept it. Sorry. Yeah, automod is a little aggressive. Maybe I can refresh the page. Alright, it's gone. Sorry. I think Twitch just broke there. What's wrong with being printed? What's being printed is exactly correct, Ricky Ricardo. By the way, welcome in, Ricky. The problem is not what's being printed. The problem is that... Hey, girl. It's saying on selecting one of these dice, it is saying that all of them are selected. So we're correctly setting all of them to false when we click on something. And now they're all true by clicking once. And it's not being called multiple times. If we're being called multiple times, we'd be getting multiple sets of these. So they're all looking at the same selected. Which is to say, it's kind of acting like the script is not unique across the different nodes. Right, we're just printing the selected. We're not printing the dice value. This is strange. There's nothing wrong with this function. This happens to me all the time. I'd love to understand what I'm doing wrong. Because selected is defined on the parent scene. It is. Yes. I mean, they're all instantiations of dice. Dice does not have any parents. We're extending node 2D, right? So we're not extending anything. My understanding is they would all be created as unique things. Honestly, I would never ever touch inherited scenes. I don't know how you build things without that, to be honest. You know what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, inherited scenes seem so important for keeping things tidy. I don't know how you do it without it. What is clicked bound to? It is bound to this button, which is the full dimension size of the dice. On pressed. Action mode. It's action mode. Okay. Poop, never mind. But yeah, I mean, Zaft, in response to you, this isn't even an inherited node. This is just a node that is getting duplicated. You understand what's wrong, though? So what's wrong is we need to select just one dice at a time. And when it's selected, when we click on one, it's selecting all 3 dice at the same time. So if I put that dice in this slot, it then uses all 3 dice instead of just one of them. So that's weird. I was gonna say it doesn't look like an inherited node. They're yellow, yeah. Seems like a class variable is shared amongst all instances of that class. Yes. Agent, thank you for that call out. Appreciate it. Simon. Oh my gosh. Well, best of luck to him. I hope he finds what he needs. Twitch chat builds a game together. Yeah, outside of this jam context, but I'd highly suggest making a habit of pushing your stuff to GitHub when you're working on something like this would make people trying to help you figure it out much easier. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. It's very fair. Oh, and we're in ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Yes, Snowy's has the right of it. Yes, it's that it's selecting every dice, which is very weird. The script we were looking at was per dice, not a parent script. Correct. Yes, this is not a parent script. This is the script on the dice. This is nothing is inherited here. So that makes me think, for some reason, this is being picked up, but it's not being picked up. I was about to say it's getting picked up by all of the dice, but it's not, because if it were, then they would each be running each of these, but it only runs once. It's not running 3 times. Yeah, it's only called once, exactly. This has to be a bug? You think so, Snowies? It's incredibly strange. But this also happens to me all the time. Like, it's very common where I run into these problems of stuff not being unique that seems like it should be. This happens to me very frequently. Blame Godot and reload the project. If that's not it, blame Godot again anyways. Sure, let's reload the project. It's not a bad idea. Okay. Yeah, still doing it. Is it selected or visible? What's wrong? Selected. Selected is the problem. You have regular variables acting like static variables. Yes. Inherited and runs only once. Sounds like it runs on definition/declaration, not instantiation. Really like to get my hands on your project. I'm like, around. Hold on. Let me get something set up on GitHub. Only half listening though, and don't know much about GD script. Yeah, it's being very strange. Being very, very strange. Let's see. New repository. This is going to be Moon. Hollow. for choose, and it's going to be that folder. Okay. Create repository. Publish repository. Okay. Is this now visible? Did I do it correctly? Moon Hollow. It is empty. Shoot. Each node instance with the script attached should have its own instance of the script. If that's not true, then my foundational knowledge of Godot is seriously flawed and my life is a lie. Oh, dear. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's such a basic thing, it feels like it should, you know, it should work. It should not be happening. Try restarting Godot. I mean, I already restarted the project, but let's try completely shutting it down and restarting. Bars on an instanced node should be unique. Let's see. Nope. Baby passed out? Yeah. Yeah, he's out. Happy to take a quick look as well if the code is up. Well, I appreciate that. Let me fix this up here. Add local repository project version control. Oh dear. There we go. Okay. Give me a quick sec. I need to delete the old repository. Delete this repository. Yes, delete the repository. I read and understand. Okay, delete. Now. Publish. Publish. Moon Hollow. Suck, it still has nothing in it. Gosh dang it. I hate GitHub so much. It is so obtuse. Oh boy. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, it keeps on trying to put things in its own folder. Remove, and then I need to delete this repository again. Fox Hollow Games, done. Hollow, delete. Okay. Wait, you're just printing out the variable per node. This is right. In your dice script, switch print selected to print. Shut up. I mean, listen, that was definitely a thing. Suck. If I didn't have a baby strapped to my chest right now, I would do something unhealthy for my physical health. How's it going, Polygon? Good to see ya. Oh my gosh. So, yes. So that's working, but the problem still remains. Wait. Why is it now? What? Biley Raker, welcome in. Thanks for following. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. None of the rest of us got it. So it confused me to start. I thought you were doing that on purpose. I think it got tripped up because you did it correctly in the first for loop. I didn't. They were both missing dice. I did it on the first part on dice.name. I did that correctly. But so here's the weird thing. Dice number 2 and dice number 3 are working just fine. Dice number 1 is resetting everything. Why is dice number 1 resetting everything? Dice 2, dice 3 works just fine. Dice 1 is causing the turn to reset. Why is that happening? Okay, by the way, thank you. Thank you. I'm incredibly embarrassed, but I will eat my crow pie happily. Shoot. Oh my goodness. Okay. How's it going, Jack? I am making very silly mistakes in code. I'm nearly ready to upload it. What all do we need to do? We need to fix the dice. We need to make a couple different card types. And then it'll at least be a little proof of concept we can upload in a dramatically reduced scope. And then we can spend the rest of the jam trying to figure out, like, the grid and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, I just noticed that, Riazzi. Oh, dear. My foundational knowledge of Godot has been shaken, but still stands strong. So the weird thing is, I don't know, I guess we didn't try doing the second or third dice. So maybe it was like a couple of different things merging together that looked like a different thing. Doctors must deal with that all the time, right? Like, you have a cold, you know, you've got sniffles, you're coughing, you're achy all over. It's got to be a cold or a flu. When really it's like 3 different diseases all attacking different things. Okay. So then why is it that on the end turn check, for some reason we are setting all of them to be invisible when we shouldn't be? Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. We don't need those anymore. We know that's all working. Let's run this again. See if we can get some debug information. Okay. That's working just fine. That's working just fine. And that is the way it should be. But then we do this, and that shouldn't be. So let's go back to our dice. I'm going to grab this loop that we had before, and we're going to go back to our slot. And instead of this print, we're going to do this. Dice dots selected equals name. Suck, you're right. Thank you. You're very right. Appreciate that. That may be throwing it off, yeah. I don't know if it should, but it might. It's already a for loop in this scope. Ah! Okay. Let's give this a shot. Only with patience, you can't turn them back on again after you've turned them off. Holy cow, differential diagnosis. Yeah. I just gave up on audio. My mic sucks. That sounds like the best time for audio then. Okay. I'm going to comment that out. Let's go to our fight script and see what's going on in here. Oh, if... No. Okay. We're going to get rid of this. Visible. And dot visible. Let's try it again. There's our print debug here. We're going to comment that out. Go back to our fight. Dice visible false. Dice visible true. Return. So you are returning. And then what? Now we're just looping through processes. And if dice dot selected, hold on, I need to keep an eye on these numbers. We're at 626. Okay, we still haven't changed. These dice are not selected, so it just skips through. But the, wait, whoa, when did that change? Hold on. 511. Three. Remember when you cursed my name for misleading you? I was very misled by many things, and I took it out on you. I'm sorry, Snowies. I'm sorry. I'm not going to change in the future. I'm still going to be doing this. But I am sorry for that. Okay. Oh. Because we're checking the first dice. That's our problem. Okay. So if dice not visible, then turn over equals false. Var turn over as bool, and then if turn over, then do this. That should fix it. Because we had our first thing being invisible, so it just kicked into the end turn. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Great. Working. Love it. I'll be your punching bag. Glad to help. Man, no one deserves you, Snowies. Oh, dear. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. We got that. That's great. So let's go ahead and let's make some duplicates of sword. We're gonna grab sword. We're gonna duplicate, and we're gonna call this shield. Oh no, we don't want to duplicate crap. We don't want to duplicate the script. I want the sword scene. There we go. Duplicate shield. Okay. An open shield. I'm going to rename this to shield. Copy all this, disconnect, add a new. It's going to be our shield script. Okay. Paste. And then the effect is going to be signal bus dot player block. Oh, and we need a new resource as well. This feels, once again, like I'm probably making this more difficult than it needs to be. I'm really good at that. It's going to be a shield. That will be shield. It will be horizontal. Or vertical, rather. And then in the fight, 2D, we're just going to add our shield scene. Perfect. It's exactly the way it is meant to be. We should, in card parent, we should do $ name box container / name dot text equals card dot name $ box container / effect dot text equals card dot effect. No, I guess we don't have that. Let's go ahead and make that in our card resource. At export var effect as equals card effect here. Let's bring that up for some better organization. Dragon Spirit with the raid. Hello, Dragon Spirit. How was your day? How was your stream? If this weren't a jam, I'd suggest looking at inherited scenes. And then Zaft would punch me in the throat. Incredibo, hello! Good to see you, Incredibro. Dragon Spirit, thank you for the raid. Thank you, all you raiders. Appreciate all of you. How are you doing today? We are working on my Game Jam submission for the Fox Hollow Jam. And it is almost working. We're getting real close. We're getting very close to it working. Shield, gain 1 dice armor. Now we're gonna change, oh, we need to have The dice slot. We need to have a new version of you. Hey there, Foxhall Games. Hope everyone is doing wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Just finished Imaginary Jam yesterday. That sounds really exciting, but ultimately a little bit unfulfilling if it's just imaginary. But, you know, more power to... No, that's rad. That's rad, Incredibro. I'm unfamiliar with Imaginary Jam. Created pixel art ladders. Nice. Nice, nice. Was this back for Gaia? All right. Let's grab open. Gonna duplicate. And this is going to be... Let's say it's Min. Min. And we need to add in a label. And we'll set it to like 4 just so we can kind of visualize this. Center, center. Okay. Actually, a real imaginary jam. Been in a bit of a rough place recently where I just don't know sometimes how to move on, and pixel art makes me chill. There you go, Dragon Spirit. Dragon Spirit. You just, you know, game dev is hard. It's really hard. It's very accessible nowadays, but it's tremendously difficult. It is writing a song. It is doing an art. It is programming. It is marketing. It is business management. It is design. It is all of these things times 80. It's not as simple as sitting down and saying, I'm going to make a new art piece. I'm going to make a new song. It's everything. And you have to connect it all into a system. It's tremendously difficult. So I hear you, Dragon Spirit. Good on you for taking some chill time, letting your brain try and work on things. That's good. Yep, I'm unemployed. Okay. So we're in the dice slot parent. I need to set your type as Min. And your value is... I'm going to change this to export. And we'll set that to 4. Okay. Then for the shield, we're going to change... We're going to axe these two. Then we're going to add in Min. Petrix, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. There we go. There we go. Oh, shoot, and the text is... the text is white. That's not going to work. Black. There we go. And this is really gross, but I'm going to do it this way. Greater than 4. That's our min slot. Okay, great. So now if I go back to the fight, can I put a 3 in here? Dang. Dang. Incredibro. Thank you so much. I'm actually empty. Let me go fill that up. And we have ads starting in just a minute anyways, so we're going to go into ad breaks. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. That's awesome, Dragon Spirit. Yeah, gotta get those. I mean, if you're gonna, I've heard from a lot of game devs that a way that they stay sane is being able to bounce between a bunch of different tasks. And if there's something that they just need to have done, even if it's not the most efficient thing to be doing, but they just need a break from what they are doing, go do that for a little bit. Absolutely. That's awesome, Incredibro. That's super great. The theme was troll, so you can imagine where that was going. Saw some people sending their design docs as a PDF, just checking that my approach of just having a link to get a gist is okay. Yeah, that's just fine. That's just fine. It's just fine, Zaf. That would be a troll move. Okay. I'm sure Fox Hollow Games could finish your game, though. That's a pretty big voucher of confidence. I'm not convinced that that's well earned. I don't know. Is it difficult or something? Why is that a statement? Is it armor? Yeah. Okay. Ugh, I'm using block and armor and... It is armor. Okay, so I need to change this. Okay. Let's go back to the fight. Let's try this again. Shoot. Armor. All right, work done. Time to head home. Thanks so much for all of your support and hanging out for so long. Snowy, appreciate you. Have a good drive home or ride home. Hope it's all well. It's basically a troll game. Because you're good at reading games, he'll troll you from the get-go. I was thinking this has got to be like a I want to be the Bashi type sort of thing, right? That's what you're going to get a lot of there. Okay, so we are... If active equals true. Let's jump into our min here. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Fight. Can I share the link? Please! Please do, please do, Incredibro. I'd love that. Okay, so if dice value, just 2, is greater than value, it's not. Oh. We've got these swapped. The dice value... Wait. Yeah, no. We need to check if it's less than. If it's less than the value, then it is not the minimum. That was the big problem. Okay. Throw the 1 in there. It should return. Yes. Good. Good. Okay. Gonna take that off. Hit play. Cool. Good. Yes. Basically, we'll be looking at a sort of Takashi's Castle kind of game. All right. We're making pretty good progress here. That is now working. We're not gaining the armor. Player block. Okay. Player block, emit. Ah. We're not hooked up here. Bus.playerblock.connect to gain block. And we're going to copy this, bring it down, and then that should work. Yeah. Nice. Oh dear, we're not entering our turn anymore, though. Weird. I'll have to figure that out. Okay, before we go figure that out, I want to check this out. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on? Wacky Wonderland. Whoa. Whoa. Look at all this. Whoa! What? Sir, you have, insert honorific here. You've done a lot. I can already tell. Jeez. How long was the jam? Okay. So, the play button does nothing. None of the... Enter? Space. Start. All the buttons. Oh! Okay. Oh, there's for sure gonna be... Yeah. For real. Okay. We're just gonna go to the side. And then... 2 weeks or so? This is really impressive. The delays on these. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay. 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 Oh, so close. This is mean Fall Guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is such streamer bait. Did you win? Oh, that turn speed is so mean. Jump! 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 And, like, you can't look down and... Oh, this is so mean! Oh, brutal. Results are due in, like, 10 days. Okay. Darn it. It feels like we're getting kind of close to the end here, but I could be wrong. I love the death counter. Okay, okay. Can I up my mouse sensitivity on the mouse? Yes. I have it maxed out right now, and it is somewhat usable. Ah! Oh, it didn't even jump me there. Check the pause menu. I don't... Oh, P is the pause menu. Eat kale, taste the discipline. What? What is all this? Oh my goodness. Oh. All right. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that. I love that idea of having your controls by default set to janky things that people could then have to go find a rebinding for. That's such a meta hilariousness. Okay. Ooh, just barely. Okay. There's just a little bit of sliding on this. Oh. Got it. Got the checkpoint. Okay. Oh, jeez. Whee! Whoa! This is a long level. My goodness. That's something I'm really bad at, is like making reusable things that you can then create a level out of. Only one level, yeah, but it's really long. It's a big level. There we go. Oh, no, the spikes went up right as... Ugh. It's a good little break. Good little break from coding. Give my brain a rest. Why am I going so slow? Okay, it's weird. Come on, come on. Leaf Ray, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Oh my gosh. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it seems like my character is like getting slower and slower. Also, am I missing a platform now? Yeah, the platform is gone. Where'd the platform go? Forgot to ask, but are you going to upgrade from Dev 6 to Beta 2 once you're done with the current jam? I think I'm on Beta 1 right now. I need to upgrade to Beta 2. Yeah, where'd my platform go? Yeah, the same at a certain moment was a bug. It's a bug. Is there a way to fix it? Or do you just have to restart? Just have to restart. That's the real troll. All right. We're going to blast through this. I know what I'm doing now. Nothing can stop me. Beware. Yellow. What? There was no platform there. There were no spike traps there. Thought I saw Dev 6 before. No, you're not a derp at all. No, not at all. So yeah, I'm on Beta 1. I need to upgrade to Beta 2 after the jam. Yeah. There we go. Jump on top of the spinning blades. That's how you make it happen. Oh, this is easy peasy. Easy. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I think when you press space and you're on a jumper, it kills your momentum. There's something very strange about it, at least. Oh, come on, come on. Ah! Beg to differ. Beta 2 did fix a bunch of stuff, apparently, like web exports aren't perfect yet, but much better. That's good. That's good. I know that that was one of the big goals of this release, was getting web exports better, which I am all in favor of. I do a lot of game jams, and I have web builds on every single one, so having that ability is huge. Ah! Don't like this section. It's so tight. All right. And there's no drop shadow underneath you, so you can't quite tell where you're gonna land. There we go. This feels like this section of the level is maybe broken. But that's okay, because I hate those bumpers, and I'm very excited to move past them quickly. There we go. Darn it. Ah! Yeah, I didn't think of jumping on super jump. Jumping on super jump. Dang it. Because you blazed through them already, you got further than I did. Oh, dang it. A challenge has been set. I need to beat it now. I'm going to be here till midnight. I'm still going to do it. My own jam will not exist. I can taste it. That island over there is the end. I know it is. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. No! No! Oh, no! That's such a long time without a checkpoint. There we go. Easy. Once you figure out the little sneaky wiki bits. There you go. Woo! Whew. Submit, you have a full-on leaderboard? Dude, that's super impressive. Crazy. Nicely done. Nice. Thank you. Oh, that was super cool. Thank you for sharing that. That is super rad. Well done, Incredibro. That was some good work. Very impressive. Told you you'd beat it. Okay. Let's head back into Godot. Swap hats, Incredibro. So, for some reason now, our end turn check is broken. Which is really strange. Maybe we need to set it equal to true. Maybe that's our problem. DD slated. Thank you. Okay, now it's working again. Good. Lovely. Okay. Turns are working. Now we need to make it so that card slots become inactive when used. So you go to the dice slot parent, and when we're going through all this, we also need to disable the dice slot. Used equals true. Irregular Human with the raid. Hello, how are you, Irregular Human? Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. Pull up a chair. We're wrapping up our Gauntlet submission for the Game Jam. Now go and relax, otherwise no sleep. Okay, Dragon Spirit, you go take care. You go take care. If I have incredibly awkward music of me singing, can I automatically win first? You won't automatically win first, but you will win a lot of points for enthusiasm. I can tell you that much. False. Okay. Now we need to do a new signal. Flavius Kid, hello! Irregular Human, hello! Human, how was your stream? What were you up to? How was it going? How's it going? Going to get the game ready in the jam? You know, it's mostly been peanut butter up until this point. We're finally transitioning over to jam. It's getting there. We're making a lot of progress. I think we're gonna have something to submit, even though it's not even close to what I wanted to submit. But that's okay. Enemy turn end dot connect. And we want to connect to reset. Func reset. And then we're going to set used equals false. Okay. Been doing that a lot today. Missing those parentheses. Working mostly on my stream overlay. Made some great progress, I would say. Viewers can now throw cheese into a shredder. Amazing. That is cool. Are they doing that with, like, channel points, or are they, like, clicking and dragging on the stream? That sounds super rad. Okay. So then we can do if used return. And we need to have some visual treatment. So we're going to do a self-modulate.a equals 0.3. Select current. Sure, we'll just do fight as the main scene. It's crazy we've gone that long without using a scene. Okay, so the good news is it's not being used, but we're not self-modulating. Is it... How does self-modulate work? Is it a parentheses? Is it that? Is it a function? I could have sworn it's self-modulate.a. Just with exclamation commands like this exclamation mark shred cheese. That's awesome. Super cool. That sounds like a fun project, Human. That's super cool. I'm gonna have to tune into your stream someday soon and see what you're all up to. I don't know what my voice was there. What you're all up to. The next stream is on Wednesday. I hope I get it more fine-tuned until then. All right, sounds good. All right, you take care, Human. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate ya. Self-modulate Godot 4. Let's see. Let's look over here. Self-modulate. Okay. We already looked at this. What are we in? Is this just node? Canvas item. Okay. Self-modulate value. Okay. I mean, can we not do that? Okay. Call it as a function, but is a float. So it should be equal to 0.3, right? That should work. Print self modulate.a. Yeah. It's set to 0.3. This is weird. What's going on? We're going to go to remote and grab our sword, box container, slot container, you. Self-modulate. You're set to 33%. But you are definitely not changing appearance. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting something. But the self-modulate isn't doing anything. That's bizarre. Why would that be? So yeah, self-modulate does nothing. Modulate fixes it. I mean, it doesn't have any children, so maybe we just do it. Because we gotta get moving. Yeah, that works. Okay. Cool. We do need an end turn button. Button? And turn. Okay. And then pressed. And turn. On end turn pressed. We're going to do signal bus dot enemy turn start dot emit. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Good. Look at us. Making progress. Like a bunch of fools. Okay. so now what do I do? I guess we just build out a couple extra cards. I think we're at that point. We didn't get the element system in, but I mean, these are good fundamentals, right? We're going to be able to take this after the Gauntlet and figure out that grid, bring in the elements, get this all working the way that it should be. Let's see here. Counter cards. No, not encounter cards. We don't want encounter cards. I'm looking at my old design files to see, like, what equipment did I build that was really interesting? 4 games, Moon Hollow, and item decks. Yes. Equipment decks, that's what I need. Okay. Oh, yeah, there was a lot more stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab our scenes here. We're going to grab our... Oh, hey, guy. There you go. Sword. Gonna duplicate. We're gonna make this dagger. Now on the dagger, your effect is deal 1 damage. If 6, deal 12 damage. Dagger. We're going to copy all this, detach, and then make a new script for the dagger. There we go. Parent card equals self. Ooh, this is a problem. This one doesn't know what the value of the dice is that's placed in it. Boy, we're going to have to totally re-architect everything if we want to rebuild this. Okay, so that's not going to work. Yeah, that's a bummer. We have to nuke that. We're going to change these slots. We're going to copy open, duplicate open. And this is going to be called max. Should have copied min. That's okay. Less than 3. It's a heart. Aww. Aww. Grab our min script. Max. Okay, cool. Give me damage. 1. Okay. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
streamer name for an exclusive. Technical problem.
It's not a technical problem.
Welcome back. Okay. Max, we need to change some stuff here. Max, and then value is 3. Oops. There we go. Oh, I need to add this into the scene. Dagger. Okay. Dagger, you're missing your slots. Gonna add in Max. Okay. Let's go to our fight. Okay, that's not working. Good. Oh, the card effect here is breaking. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. And that's not working either. Okay, so let's go back to our parent here. Card dot effect. Okay. Deal 3 damage. Guess that is working. Shield. You need to change resources to the shield. Gain 1 dice block. Armor. Oh, names. Names are difficult. They're hard to keep consistent. I don't know if you know this. It's unreasonably difficult. We call this Dagger. It's going to deal 1 damage. And we're going to save as Dagger. I think I just changed this sword too. Load. Resources. Cards. Sword. Sword. And you deal 3 damage. We all working now? Yeah. But, for some reason, that's not working. Oh dear. Huh. Okay, now it's working. Weird. Okay. So our dice slot. Max is not triggering. If dice value is greater than value... being 3... So if you're greater than that value, return. Else active is true. So why is that breaking? Oh, let's end turn. There we go. Oh, shoot. There we go. I think I just had it set wrong. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the resource thing is still being all jank. Let's try deleting dagger and bringing dagger back in. Yeah. What are you doing? All right. Whatever. Until we can get it working, let's not deal with it. It is still resetting. Back with some chili. What did you miss? You missed, I don't know. I guess we got a new card up and running. Look, this is all working. Hooray. Ooh, but we didn't reset things. That's not good. Why are we not resetting? Oh, we also need to reset our modulate. 1. Let's try that. 1, and turn, suck. Huh. Okay, let's throw a breakpoint in there. Huh. Enemy turn end is not going? I mean, it should be. Yeah, it's going. We're rolling our dice. And now we're in the processes. What is going on? Dice slot. Enemy turn end connect to reset. Oh, we're not calling signal setup. Do we want to get rid of this then? Dagger time. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Perfect. Udimus. Love it. Love it, love it. Okay. Squint at Dev 6. Alright, do we need to make the code a little bit bigger? We can make it a little bit bigger. I'm not crazy? What do you mean? Oh. 4.3 Dev 6. You're right. I am on Dev 6. I could have sworn I was on Beta 1. Maybe I did Dev 6, and then, like, the next day they brought out Dev 1, and I was like, Beta 1. I was like, oh, I should do that. I should definitely get on Beta 1. Oh, no, the accidental gaslighting, Razy. I'm so sorry. Effect. 1 plus 1 dice damage. Okay. We can go back to our dagger script. There we go. We're passing in 1. Okay, cool. Right on. It's weird that we have the dice value being less than the value and it's still working. Like, this shouldn't be equal to, but we can definitely do equal to. If I do a 3 here, that shouldn't work because 3 is a dice value. The value is 3 in dagger. Yeah, value is 3. So that should not be working. That's weird. But I don't know that I want to fight that fight right now. You know what? We're not taking into account armor. That's not good. So total damage equals this. And then we're going to do total damage. And then var, right? Then we're going to do player.hp minus, or player.armor minus equals total damage. What am I doing? For I in player.armor no, for I in total damage. If player.armor minus equals 1. Else player.hp minus equals 1. There we go. That should tidy that up. Ooh, and then we also need to do the armor label reset. Have I been standing for almost 7 hours? Much respect. I have not been standing for almost 7 hours. We've been up and down a little bit. Had about a 3-hour break where the kid was not there. Prodigal son, you got it. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to get some armor. And turn. Good. Lovely. Working perfectly. Excellent. Total damage being an enum seems weird to me. Why is total damage an enum? That's not an enum. What do you mean? Am I wrong? What's an enum? I thought I knew what an enum was. What does for I in total damage do? It is basically just going through the damage 1 point worth at a time. It's an index. Yeah. Yeah. So we just go through it 1 point at a time, knocking off armor until it's all gone, and then we start knocking off health until we get to the end. Good? I think that's good. We got 3 different cards. this is not fitting the theme of Primordial yet. Because there's no theme to it. It is all mechanic. Which is a bummer. But alas, alas, alas. This is where we start doing art. Total damage as an int, and the for loop just increments each value from 1 to total damage. Yeah, basically. Basically. Load up a sprite. Actually, no, we're not going to do a sprite. We're going to do something a lot faster for me. We're going to get into Figma. Actually going to copy this. Split. I'm going to add some more points here. Come on. There we go. There we go. And we're going to make some more things here real quick. Subtract. Flip. Add. Gonna add some curves here. All right, that's roughly an evil bug. But enemy 1. Export. Okay. Now we need to do our friendly moth. Which, how do I even do this? Looking for Atlas. Where's Atlas? Here we go. Oh, that's the InDesign document. There we go. This was the concept art for Atlas. I think we just do that helmet shape plus the yeah, let's bring this in. This is what we're trying to copy here. So maybe we do trying to break this into shapes. No stroke, just a fill. Gonna copy it. And then we're gonna add, kind of comes in a little bit. And something like that. Shift H. Okay. Gonna add the metal middle piece. That's some fancy GD script impressive. Doesn't work like that in C#. There you go. I think I've dragged these too far in. Let's add some points here. That? Yeah, that's the shape we're looking for. And then just another triangle down below. Add the fill. Shift A. What did we change it to? Where's my tool here? There we go. So we want this. Do we want it in? No, we want it straight. But then we do want this one, I think, curving in a little bit. Shift H. Gonna take all these. We're gonna combine. They're all 1 pixel off. Okay. Close enough. Close enough for me for now. We're gonna do blue. This is gonna be Atlas. Export. Atlas. GD script automatically iterating over different types and for loops is one of the glories of an untyped language. It even iterates over dictionaries keys without having to use dict.keys. There you go. Okay. Let's go to our player. We're going to add a sprite. Let's bring in these cool new things we just made. Woo! Scale you down. Okay. Yay, it's you. Let's go to our enemy. Sprite 2D. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of reads. In the card, we're going to turn off our art because I don't have time. Okay. Let's go to our enemy. I do want to do one more thing with the enemy, which is not just damage. B-Clan Thugs script. I want a third ability, which is damage. Vector 3, 0, 1, 0. But then I also want healing. Vector 3, 0, 1, 0. Okay. And moves dot third. Okay. Then we can do this. Healing. Then we can do not damage player, but heal. Yup. For healing. And then healing is gonna need the same sort of treatment here. Heal, Vec. Let's change this to damage, Vec. And heal, Vec.x. Dot y global dot roll heal dot y and then dot z. Cool. Vecto. Yes, it's my new supervillain name. Streaming until the Gauntlet deadline? No, not tonight, unfortunately. I've made some promises to the family. I'm going to be there today, but I may jump on later tonight. I don't know. We'll see. And let's deal some damage. It's not liking healing. Okay. So if you want to do this, we're going to do healing and then what? Faults? For these other ones? Hey, Thornity! Good to see you, friend. How's Jam Life going? It's going very well. We've had to do quite a lot of scope management. But other than that, it's been very, very good. I hope you're doing well. How are you? And we can turn on 3. Slide you down. You do not deal 3 damage. You deal 1 dice damage. Heal 1 dice. Okay. Why is the jam not visible on the calendar? What calendar? What, on Itch's calendar? That thing is... I can never find what I'm looking for on that thing. I have no idea. Every time I do a jam, I always reduce the scope and still end up with too big of a scope. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, it is updating it. We just need to update our help label. That's what our problem is. The itch calendar. Yeah, I don't know. I could never find Jackie Code's thing there. I don't know. I don't know why sometimes it seems to work and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, cool. Great. Fight is working. Basic mechanics exist. Now, the only other thing is if we could just get that flippin' grid to work, you know? That would have been great. Get the grid to work, have some extra time to work on art. It is what it is. Couldn't find the Godot VR one coming up? Yeah, I don't know. Itch's search page is atrocious. I have no idea. Went to join, but it wasn't visible. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, Incredibro. Sorry. I wish I knew. I wish I could just fix it. Unlisted jams will not be eligible to appear in the itch.io jam calendar. I mean, it's definitely listed. Like, I'm in the edit page right now. It's published. Yeah, it's published. Maybe they have to manually put it in? I don't know. Super weird. It's a bummer. I would love to be in the calendar. Imaginary Jam had the same issue, but he got it fixed by mailing them? Really? Wow. Well, that's good to know for next time. Contact them for next time. Yeah, for real, Thornity. Ah, super weird. Okay. Maybe they have a bug or specific verification. Maybe. Or maybe there's some sort of thing I need to set that I haven't set and you just have to know in order to know. I don't know. What do you mean email? Imagine having to send an actual letter. What's a Gauntlet? Incredibro. So we have 2 different tracks. Let me jump over here. I have 2 different tracks for the Fox Hollow Jam. So first one is casual. It's exactly what you would come to expect with a game jam. It is teams are fine. You can use anything you have legal rights to. Just no Gen AI. But the Gauntlet is a lot more intense. So everything has to be solo. So no teams are in the Gauntlet. All assets have to be created within the time frame of the Gauntlet. So you can't use something that you have created before. You can't use an external asset pack. No plugins. Only your built-in engine. And then, any other tools. So we also have a design principle and a theme. So you have to account for both the design principle and the theme. Design principle being input randomness, theme being primordial. If you have questions on input randomness, GMTK has an incredible video on input versus output. Support at itch.io is the email for them. Thank you, Thornby. Thank you so much. Feel bad whoever's judging mine. I agree about mine, Jack. We have over $1,300 in prizes up for grabs thanks to Sundown with Feathered Serpent, Alistios and Riverwolf Games. Casual and Gauntlet each have their own prize tracks. So, Gauntlet, first prize, $300. The Gauntlet also doesn't have the extra categories of audio, polish, and growth, but we're also going to have 8 random people who didn't win any of the first, second, or third prizes. Anyone who didn't do that is entered for a raffle for $50. And we're going to have 8 of those raffle winners just for making something and submitting it. So, that's Fox Hollow Jam 2. Did I answer your question, Incredibro? Input randomness, RNG basically, kind of. Incredibro, input randomness, here's the quote, is when a random event occurs before the player gets to make a decision. Let me zoom in on this. That is to say, it is randomness that is generated and then handed to the player, and the player gets to decide what they want to do with it. So, rolling dice, for example, in my game, if we open this up, you get your dice at the very start, and then you decide where to put them on your board, right? That is input randomness. Output randomness is like a random chance to hit, right? You select you want to hit something, and then there's a random chance of it happening or not. That's output randomness. You can have output randomness in your game, but we're focusing on input randomness for this jam. Ricky Ricardo, there's your link. There's your jam link. Input and output. Gotcha. Yep, exactly. If you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer any questions, but definitely give this video a look. It will almost assuredly answer any questions you have. Way better than anything I'm going to do. Input us in controls. Yeah. It's another troll game, but, every button you push does a random thing. You already did. Okay. Yeah, no, not input as in controls, input as in input randomness. Yep. So there you go. Yeah. Thanks for asking. You almost went down that route. Incredible. I'm going to snooze the ads a little bit. We've made a lot of progress. At the beginning of this day, I was still trying to deal with drag and drop on that grid, and it was just a nightmare. So I think I'm going to call it here for the Gauntlet submission. It's not great. It is not a fleshed out game, but it's a proof of concept. It shows, look, there is stuff that can be done with this, and, it's super jank, but it exists, and that's okay. And I'll take it. I'll take it for now. Definitely hope to make a lot of improvements to this over the next few days for the rest of the week. So with that being said, I think I'm going to end the stream here. We're going to export this. I'm going to upload this Gauntlet version. And then come back at it either tonight or tomorrow morning, redoing the project with, not redoing from scratch, but working on the casual version, which I'm really excited about. So with that being said, as a reminder, Fox Hollow Games is a charitable organization helping people enter the games industry. That sounds like a good time to you. You like game jams, you like game analysis. We play through games here and talk about them and learn about them and what works and what doesn't work. We have interviews with developers, both indie and non-indie. This is your home. Welcome in. How long till the Gauntlet ends? In less than 9 hours. Incredibro. It ends at 2 a.m. Eastern, which is midnight my time. So, there you go. Let's see. You know what? Oh man, there's so many people I follow now. Let's see. Is there anyone working on a game jam that I'm following? All right, take care, Jack. Helping people, Hawk too, you know, that's awesome. Congrats on not waking the baby. Thanks, Ricky. Oh, shoot. Challenge accepted. I love it. See a human. See a Razzie. See a tiny devil. What would be a great person to raid into here? I almost want to raid into Middle Ditch. Because he's doing art, and that's cool. Let's see. Any requests? Anyone have a request for a raid? Because there's a bunch of people I could raid into. I'm just not feeling necessarily quite any of them. But I can pick someone. It's hard to remember who we... You know what? We haven't raided into Practical in a long time. Let's raid into Practical, who is a much better developer than I am, making a much cooler project as of right now. We're going to go in with Practical. Thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. Appreciate all of you. What a great day. This has been such a blast. And I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Can't wait to see what all of the Gauntlet submissions end up being by the end of the night. Catch you next time.